maybe demonstration in something or anything when a lot of people come together. You can see the road, there is area business, and it's really, really great for that. Another thing we use is the wallet. The ability for you to use Google Pay to add to Google Pay, save your money, get to know, okay, to manage your savings, know what you're going to do and everything. Yeah, so this is something we have, right? And then the next thing is photos. You know that issue where you snap a picture and you're trying to probably view. With we have the advancement of enhanced webcam. Imagine you're in a place where you're trying to speak to people, you have virtual meetings, obviously you're having decisions that and then you're wondering, and then the right thing, right? The right thing is not what you expect. With the enhanced webcam, you are able to fine tune the lighting, right, to get the best of the piece you have. I don't need to always still is not like you care about that. What the best is trying to right is maybe because you but what I'm much more interested in, what I find very, very fascinating, is the next thing that we're going to use, right? There are so many imagine you like decided to watch something, you watch that, and then you wondering what you probably want you forgot the movie, or you probably forgot. Of course, what you can remember is movie about the boy and his dog, right? Google search now lets you search that exact, it's a multi search, right? You just search the movie about a boy. Maybe you want to watch it, but you don't really do, if you don't really have this get you probably go ahead and search movie about a man who dog was killed, right? And then you bring the rule of like multiple selection and then you choose one. So probably you don't know the name, but you can probably know when you get based on your English when you see some scenes from Germany and stuff like that. So that is another person or research. And then the last one is 24 languages that Google Translate. About 8 of those languages are from Africa. I am not sure. Mbarara is in Ghana, and then a couple of languages from East Africa and South Africa as well as West Africa. Have been added to the Google Translate, so you will not be translating something from whatever language is written to the language that you're talking about. If you want to learn more, you probably want to see able of how the system is used. Use this video. www.google.com/IE. Just a minute, someone is recording.
So are you guys not thinking or the pinching is too much? YouTube is on. YouTube, is it on? It's finished. No. It's coming.
Sincere apologies, somebody was available. But yeah, so one of the things that I have introduced, right? But I guess one thing, okay, that's right. What's the focus? Everything we don't use is in for end users, and buying things, communicating, these, but what is the need for us? What do we build products, we produce things for people. So what are the things for us who are doing that themselves, right? So let's start with everybody's favorite. Not everybody, right? But yeah, Android is like a very, very big yes. The most popular OS, power input, it phones, POS system, as well as many different things. A whole lot of backends run on the Android platform. So let's look at that. If you are a development innovative, you will also be where you use. Quick question, you don't need to answer, right? What do you think of this? From the code you see on the board, right? The code you see on this, what do you think of this, right? If you did a guess, I'm not going to say it is Jetpack Compose, you're right. If you say Mbarara, you're also right. But yeah, this is Jetpack Compose. So what are the things for going right? So you remember when we were taking things that were introduced to the line? We mentioned there is a pixel watch and stuff like this. And a whole lot of people use different devices now. From smartwatch that I have here, you probably see looking for what do you call it? Auto space, right? Strength on cars and stuff like that, right? So we have Jetpack Compose. They're ability to build beautiful UIs from the same code base, right? Jetpack Compose was announced on Google like 2019, right? Now it has been brought to where so feedback as well as Samsung Watch, right? Check it out if you're into building stuff around health, right? Really have access to a lot of resources. The third one is the compose. So one people to application. With Jetpack composing forward, you can be able to deploy or test out multiple preview of the same unit. Imagine a preview targeting different devices. Targeting smartwatch, you're targeting a phone with a very simple screen, a phone with the biggest and software, right? With the smartphone, with the multi-preview application, you'll be able to see a video of all the screens that your users use. Immediately, right? Imagine what we probably want to check. Okay, current is very kind of small device, and this current device. Now you can be able to use internet preview printers how to preview different devices. And lastly is live what you guys have with your is updating that is affecting the data lifestyle. So imagine this is the lifestyle of this is the ability to view live edits of what you learn from what you just learned, right? Really good job to check out those. Really good one ask before. If you want to do more about that, we want to check out more details about this new feature that I have there. I can't say because I'm very I was check what's right? You get this one. So that's the one. That's Firebase is our micro right? This is micro Imagine when you're going to what you have the idea of the name so that small. You have the concept of the design, but then you maybe you should have back-end service. Or you can do back-end services, but if you don't have right? So Firebase is a whole back-end demand. You know to what exactly you want and be able to use the back-end services, database authentication, file storage, and software, right? I really recommend Firebase for anyone who needs to test what exactly is coming, what exactly is available, right? And this there, the focus was trying to integrate Firebase to many different platforms. So this feature was Android, was web, was Flutter, as ability, you can probably see cloud, you can see Stripe, and something as well as stuff, right? Those are the very simple. So that's what exactly where you right? If you have used Firebase, you know we have this feature. Maybe you want to be able to send email. Normally, what happens when you understand what you do back is when the user sends to the platform, what you do is you probably send an email to the corporations, usually database, or probably check out ways and stuff like this. Now you can then introduce, you can now be able to add this feature, right? Using Firebase extension, if you know Firebase extension, if you know what events are, it's basically the life cycle of a specific thing. This is here, Firebase extension. Imagine you want a user to, once you sign the user sign up, they are expected to come to get something, maybe an email. You already have an extension that sends an email. But besides that, you can now be able to extend the feature of the extension. Maybe not just to send an email, you probably wanted to send at that time, it's probably record something, probably add what is available, one extension. So basically, with Firebase extension, to be able to extend the current extension currently. Another thing that we used was the third-party added more temperature station from setting from meters, from payment channels, stuff like this, right? As well as now you can now use Snap, the company that owns Snapchat, now added their own extension. You can be able to probably market your products like maybe you build an e-commerce platform and then using Fiverr as a backend. You can you can now get your products straight to your what do you call it, your Facebook status, or maybe what's the name, I'm not very sure if I'm familiar with Snapchat, but imagine what's status, right? You can be able to use this station. You can be able to get your products straight from Paris. You can probably just add the option for me, publish from Snap and stuff like that. Yeah, the links to this. So the third one is now you can deploy modern web applications on fairly system. Initially, best for me, the best way to deploy is on Firebase. I know there are many different options. I have used a lot of them from GitHub pages and stuff like this, right? But one of my favorite is Firebase hosting. One of the issues we used to have is when I really put up, say, Angular or Vue, or probably say Polymer or React or whatever web framework I do, I'm not able to deploy on Firebase. But this has come from here. With the power of now Firebase deploy, with this simple command of Firebase, you will be able to deploy your probably say React, Vue, Angular, on fair system. And you can pay outside the system. It's mostly free. And then you can make money at cost domain. Right? So it's a great one. Another thing is there's now official support for Florida, right? As of last year, it was a beta testing, it wasn't actually good everybody. But now you can now build your product using you can now the French government fully supports Toyota. We now have added implementation and we have improved crash support. Right? Maybe you're interested in why did I have crash when it's user. As long as you can't tell exactly what happened, you want to what happened. The crash feature of it can be improved. You can now fully use 5 minutes before, right? If you wondering what exactly does that mean, please have a visit for more details about this is the way it is. But that's not just imagine the different fact someone knows the URL of your packet now have access to it, whereby you may do that you can be able to if this request, all the requests that come are not coming from this URL or from within this app, please reject. So that will basically mean if the user is someone else when to do this app, there's depending on the backend, you accept, you have now solved that issue. You can specify who. Imagine this as authorization, right? When you do this, you do it's like if you forgot things like Node.js, you know we have something called element, whereby it's more of like a course, because when you research it, in this case, this is the user that can access this and stuff. So you can now have that practice skills. The next thing is you can now monitor performance in real time. You can get real time analysis. This is how it is. How is it slagging? Is it performing fast and stuff like this, right? With now put that you can have real time
alerts on what how your app is performing at any in users stream. The last thing is we've now integrated Crash Analytics with Android and Play, streamlining troubleshooting to be able to see exactly what is happening. You can see why this device, why this app crashed, what was the user journey, what did the user click, and you can be able to identify the exact line of code that's bringing this issue now. I see it's almost my time, so I'll probably have to speed up the rest of the updates. So that is it for Firebase. Like I mentioned, you could probably go to firebase.blog to figure out. Now to everybody's favorite. If you build mobile application or probably you're interested in building cross-platform applications, Flutter is recommended for everyone. It is one of the most popular framework in the entire industry, right? People have loved Flutter for its ability to let you build very flawless applications, like very rich UI, using the same code base, right? You could deploy to different different devices. And one of the major announcemement is we now have Flutter version 3. It's now in V3. I still remember when we announced Flutter earlier around 2018, right? It was on beta testing and stuff like this. It became mainstream in 2019, and we are now in Flutter 3. Really, really awesome frameworks. Very great library that lets people build things fast. But what are the things that were introduced, right? Initially, in 2020, I think we announced that with Flutter, around 2019, 2020, we announced that you can now build Flutter apps and deploy them on desktop across different OS. What we currently have now is it's now stable on Mac OS as well as Linux, right? You can build your app and deploy them. It can work on mobile devices, it can work on web, it can also work on desktops, right? And these desktops, initially it was usually just Windows, and then there's slight support in Mac OS and Linux. Now it's full support. You can build one code with one code base, you can deploy it to different places. If you are a game developer and you're interested in probably using the beautiful UIs you see on Flutter apps to build games, now you can now use Flutter to build casual games. Casual games here are games like probably board games and stuff like that. Those games that you play on your device without needing to use a joystick and stuff like that. Apps that respond, the games that respond to click, to swipes and stuff like that. So you can now use Flutter to build those rich UI, games. Last is Flutter support for Crashlytics. I still have to mention this. I know we've mentioned it earlier. People have used for Flutter to build over 500,000 games. But the most interesting thing is that over 60% of the apps that were built with Flutter used Firebase backend. So it was definitely the best idea to improve support for Firebase, right? So there's now great cohesion between Firebase and Flutter, and Crashlytics is now very, very great. So that the rest of the 40% could probably move their app to using this. So I guess we're done, but are we? Right? I know a couple of set of people in that place in that venue are probably wondering, what does this one mean? You haven't even talked about the main or probably the big one. We usually save the best for last, right? So we talk about web now, right? What's the update? What are available on web? I could probably give a whole conversation, like a whole presentation on what are the improvements to web. But like for the sake of time, this is what we are going to cover, just few items, right? And then some other time we could probably talk about web and stuff like this. So one thing that the Chrome user experience team found out from their report is that people really, really leave your website once it takes more than a few seconds. A few seconds is all what people need. People really, really hate the time it takes to be seeing the loading screen and stuff like this, right? So we have figured out what are the main things, what are the few things that are most important, right? And then from the data we have, at the moment, websites have improved really, really drastically compared to what we had like years ago, right? From the first input delay to probably say the large content pane, as well as the cumulative layout shift, right, has really, really drastically improved. So what I just mentioned there are what we call core web vitals, right? And in this year on Chrome, we have added more updates to this, more things for you to check out to be able to know how is the experience of your users. If you've not used the Chrome Dev Tools, probably check out how the performance of your app is. I really, really implore you to check out web.dev. Try to enter the URL of your website and run a check on it, and then a web.dev will list out the things that you could use to improve the speed of your app, right? So a few more addition into the list, right? Are the LCP, FID, and INP. LCP means large content paint. FIP is first index display, as well as INP means interactivity to next performance or something around that, right? So check out those things to see how to improve your app, right? And then nowadays, one of the things that people are interested in, they want their web apps to work like the mobile app, right? So we've improved on what is available and have brought about like native capabilities to the web, right? This is not just a work by the engineers at Google. It is a combined activity of all major uh, web builders, people who depend on the web or probably build for the web, with contributions from all the teams, all the browser teams across different companies, covering both Microsoft Edge team, the Safari team, the Mozilla team, as well as Samsung Internet and stuff like this. Another thing that comes to Chrome is we're trying to phase out third-party cookies, right? We still want you to be able to see what you like, be able to track yourself on what are the items you've been using, right? But then we're phasing out third-party cookies, and then we're trying to we're bringing something new, a new cross-site tracking API that does not copy your personal information. Just probably see how long you spend on the website and probably what item you click. And then lastly, one of the things that we introduced were like new styling APIs. If you are into CSS, you like to see very great UIs, we've added container queries, subgrids, color functions, and many other features to the web browser. You can now use this to build faster apps, great experience for your users. More details on web updates, you could just go to web.dev. Like you can see down here, right, by the down right, right, to check out what are the new things. So like probably what does our mean with LCP, FID, and then many other different things I just called here. So thank you very much for your time. If I am correct, I should be in time, depending on how you look at it. I was told I have 40 minutes, so this is 37th minute. But yeah, thank you so very much for the opportunity to come and speak here. Hopefully next time I will come in person to get to meet each and every one of you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the IO event.
Thank you, Awal. It's been great having you speak to us.
It's really my pleasure.
Yes. I know if you could stay in for a few questions.
Anyone has any question?
The first question says, we've heard from Awal what is new in Android, what is new with Firebase.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yes?
Thank you, Awal.
it's the native route. We went with the native route instead of cross-platform. So it's using Kotlin instead. You probably check out a GDG close to you. If there's a GDG close to you, you can reach out to the organizer, confirm when they're organizing Flutter-centered content. We do have Flutter content for GDSC and GDG leads that you could probably use to organize study jam. But for contents like for programs like Google African Developer Scholarship, it's currently using Kotlin. I hope that answers your question. Anyone else has any question? Jetters, I can see you setting this my presentation. I will share my presentation with Weasley. You will probably reach out to Weasley to probably get access to my presentation. So thank you very much. It's time over on my end. Weasley, over to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, I have joined the. Excuse me, sir.
His name is Muhammad Isam, and he's the program manager for Google Developer Student Clubs in Sub-Saharan Africa. He works for Google Nigeria. So, you guys, like Africans, of course, started trickling in late, and we missed the part where we're supposed to introduce these people. Our speakers today. There is a speaker who is waiting for us online. But before we do that, I would just like to make a very quick Okay, so this is Google I/O, and we are hosting the I/O Extended Bar, which is being organized by GG Cloud Bar and GG Cloud. At exactly 9, but Africa is almost getting at 10, so we have to go back and do that. Just a very short remarks. My name is Weasley, and I'm the organizer for GDG Cloud Mbarara. So we've been talking about Google I/O or I/O extended, but what is I/O? Anyone who knows what I/O is? Great. I say computer scientists, computer engineers, IT. What is I/O in terms of computers? Yeah? Input, output, right? So when someone says I/O is input, output. Okay? What is Google I/O? bring parents together. But well, thankfully, in a duration of 23 months, what is IO, and below. So now, today we have today we have a line of speakers that are going to be speaking to us. Some are virtual. Just gone off a while. It's called Muhammad Isamu, but as in the Golden community, we call him Awal. And like I said, he's the program manager for Google Security Labs in Sub-Saharan Africa, and he's a software engineer who writes a lot of JavaScript. Then next will be Francis Kamanzi. He's going to be talking about how to get started with computer vision. Francis is a self-taught software engineer. He really loves tech and tutoring, and he's been speaking at some of the major conferences in tech. Up next is Yasin Senyonga. He's a computer science graduate who has great interest in data science, machine learning, automation, data mining, visualization, and all this is to solve real-life problems. So he'll be talking to us about Android versions. This is about the evolution of Android, from Android 1 to the latest version of Android, and how we can exploit Android as an operating system. Up next, up next we will have Trust Onyekere. Trust is a program manager, a developer advocate, that is DevRel, and a community expert. Is the organizer for GDG Number in Nigeria, and the author of Coding is Not Enough, an easy and proven way to market yourself and distribute your skills effectively as a software developer. First, we will be talking to us about how you can succeed in Web3 as a front-end developer. Some of you have heard about blockchain
and about cryptos, and now Web3. So he's a Web3 developer, he's a Web3 advocate. So he will be telling us how, as a developer, can you succeed? Can you place yourself in for the Web3 frenzy and market? And then lastly, we will have Jochen Emig. He's the founder of Onsei in Germany, and he's a Google developer expert on Google Assistant. In the hierarchy of Google developer community, we have what we call the Google developer experts. These are people who have specialized knowledge in a certain field or technology in Google. So he's a Google developer expert with Google Assistant. And he will be talking to us about Google Assistant, UX and development in 2022. Now that Google has announced those changes and latest developments with Google Assistant, how do you utilize them as a developer? How do you mold them and adopt them to better use? So, with that, thank you. Let's see if we have our next presenter online. Then we have a physical presenter, not to bore you all. Do we have Francis online? Let's see the list of participants. Francis is not yet online, but it's supposed to be. First for Yasin. Go for Yasin or first? We go for the one that's Yasin. Okay, so since Francis is not yet online with us, I think we can jump into Yasin. Yes. So let's try to set up for Yasin in a moment.
The new technologies which have been released this year, majorly there have been improvements in what the existing technologies have been. So improvements come into many things. That there is a reason why a person will need to improve our existing software. There is a reason why a person will need to improve our existing computing device. Most of these range from security issues to financial issues and to what we can call advancing of technology techniques and how to use things. When it comes to software, the biggest threat is
this insecurity, which we usually call hacking to them. So the reason why these updates come in everywhere, we find there are loopholes in previous versions which can be addressed in the new versions. Loopholes can be bugs, maybe instead of showing a green color and Apple device, or the software is showing a red color. So those are addressed. So for the Google it addresses those issues annually. The improvements can whereas be good or can as well as be bad. You might find if it is a software, let's say it is like a Gmail application, if there is an improvement can be hard to use. Maybe the improvement has a hard interface which is not easily usable by the user. So that doesn't mean that each improvement software becomes easily usable. An improvement can be bad to the user side. So if it is bad, then you have to find ways of improving it in the next release, just to get user feedback. So as well as the improvement can be of a good issue. But if the bug is fixed, then it can be used by the user. And for security reasons, nowadays everything is taken to go right, and the online systems are taken to get a lot of threats from people who sit idle or people as other systems because so with these companies, they invest a lot in that. Their engineers, their software developers, their researchers, their marketeers find solutions of what should be improved. Maybe for now they might have first a threat which needs to be addressed immediately, or they foresee a threat which they need to fix now before that threat can be put into action. So improvements are done with the wide range of things in mind. So we're going to have a presentation from our next person, and they will take us through as our agenda goes through. Thank you. Thank you.
Gentlemen, and I think you have really good side. Until I see on Google Hide extended GPC Mbarara, today we are going to be talking about Android versions and the evolution of Android OS. What is OS? OS is operating system that is used in computers, it is used in mobile phone, used in Android cars, used in smart television. But specifically today, we are going to talk about Android as an operating system. So Android as an operating system is one that is widely used, mostly in Africa and Asia. Most of the people use Android phones. So these Android phones, how they are origin, where they came from, the operating system which they run, have its origin. It evolved from Android 1 up to its case. So different people use phones, but they don't know the operating system they are using. So today we are talking about the operating system that we are using in our phone. So this Android system was made from Linux. Like it is on top of Linux. So it is seated in Linux software. was developed in 2018. So it was developed by a company called Android Mobile Operating System. It was brought by a company that was very part from a part of people. So it was a different company. So it was managed by a certain guy. So this guy developed an Android operating system. But Google approached the guy and they brought the guy at 15 million shares. So every upgrade they do in Android operating system, they have announced it during the Google I/O. So last time when they were announced Android version 13. So this Android version 13 will be, it is the latest now from Android. So from the Android version 1, so Android version 1, this was made, was first made to be used in mobile applications that were mobile phones that were made, smartphones. That's why smartphones started. So it was here in 2008 when smartphones started to be used in the world. Let us say about Apple, because Apple had its Apple phone. It was Apple phone, the first version of Apple was called Apple phone. Then this Android phone, this Android version, Android 1, it had no modem. It was not named after some other phone, like other versions were named after phones. But the first versions were not having a name, like they called it Android version 1. So it came with features like a quantum keyboard. So if you are on your keyboard, there is what we call a quantum keyboard. It starts with Q, then ends with Y. That's why the computer keyboard or a keyboard in your phone, we don't start with ABC, like how we start in alphabet. And in alphabetical order, we start with ABC, but in our phones, we start with Q. Then we go to WERTY. So that's what it is the version that is traced from the type machines were marketing. So they wanted to stimulate the typing machines that were there. So they had to come up with what quantum keyboard. Then it had a touch screen display. Some of you have some of you tested on the front part, it was called LOT, the first version, trained this operating system. And there was HTC L2, trained this operating system. So after the Android version 1, they had to make another version. So another version was Android 1.1. After 4 months of making Android 1, they made another version called Android 1.1. So this version was renamed Petit 4. Petit is an unreadable phone, but they were not ready. It was not ready, and it had small difference from the first one that they made. So they contradicted. They said, no, we should not do it after a certain phone. Let's leave it. But it had a feature, it had improved some features for it. Like it had the speed had improved. It had improved on the speed, it had improved on the UI design. The UI design had improved. Then after that, they made Android 1.5. So they extended. They were forthwith to make their Android 1.5 a cupcake. What is a cupcake? If you see clearly, if you are seeing this picture, it represents a cake. So it is representing a cake. Like a name cake suggests it was like it was ready to be eaten. So we are both good, like we are both good. This operating system will work. So they were they named it after a certain food which is sweet. So they wanted people to feel that sweetness, which is in their operating system. So they named it after cake. And it had very many features improved now. So the features which were improved, it had YouTube in it. So the first version, it had YouTube. So this one, YouTube were included. And the keyboard, they automatically, like when you scroll up, you get a keyboard. So it was first introduced to the Samsung Galaxy phone. So the first Samsung Galaxy had this operating system. So, like if you want to know your operating system you are running, right now on your phone, you can go to settings, then you go to about the phone. You will see the operating system you are running. So if you want to see the name of it, you double tap on it, or you tap on it strongly, you will see the name and the number which is used to run the operating system. You can try it on your phone. You go to setting about the phone, then on the white Android version, then you double tap. If you double tap, you will see the version of the running. As I will try to it. As I will try to read and see the version of the running. We have some of these students on Android 1.6. Oh, but last year we have versions. So the next version was Android 1.6, which was a donut. It was named after a donut. So from gameplay, now we want to the donut. So the donut, like this donut as you are seeing in the picture, it was supporting very many features now. They have put in CDM-based network. So in this version, they included Wi-Fi network and it was very for someone which had to do. Now we will together on Android 1.6. That's when we introduced mobile phone. Then another one was had global positioning system and Google Maps. So they introduced Google Maps and GPS and GPM into Android using the Android version 1.6, which was connect domains. Then after that, we went to Android 2. So now at this time, we are ready to upgrade to Android 2. Remember the other version was Android 1. Now we upgraded to Android 2. That was the year 2009. So the first version of Android 2 was launched and it was named it was named after Ikro. So Ikro, it is a food that is mostly eaten in the desert. But now this version supported the text to speech support. So like somebody will text and he hear what was posted. So it's where we introduced text to speech in this version. So text to speech was introduced in Android 2 and Android 2.1. So the phones that ran this Android was Motorola Droid. Those ones who who knew Motorola ran this Android version. Then the next version after Android 2 the next version was frozen yogurt. So this Android 2.2 it was named after frozen yogurt. This version came with Wi-Fi mobile support. Like somebody could connect to Wi-Fi and So Wi-Fi support was introduced in Android 2.2 frame, which is the full form for a short form for frozen yogurt. So it had push notifications. Those ones push notifications, the notification button you push, then you read the notification. So it had cloud to device messaging. Like somebody will message you, like on WhatsApp or something like that, then it is already it drives the message to you. So the first version is about WhatsApp. So here, Android 2.2, it's where we started supporting messaging apps that that are running on cloud. Then they tested this version using their phone at Google made. It was Google Nexus, and it worked well. It worked well on Google Nexus. The next version was Android 2.3. It was called Mbarara. So this one was introduced in 2010. So 2010, I think most of you have smartphones, but for Google it was running Android version 2.3. So it was called Mbarara. Why? They were ready to supervise the team. So when the CEO of Google was asked about why was it called Mbarara, they were like, we are ready to spice up our team. You know, when you're spicing up, you have to put in some ingredients. So that we are spicing up the Android system, the Android version system. So this one supported so this version supported features like near-field communication. So it supported near-field communication such as infrared. So the infrared feature was introduced to this feature. Then it supported also the apps that were connected using infrared, such as the share. There was an app called share, so it came up with this version. I think it is now off the market. Then after that, in 2011, they introduced Android 3. This was named Honeycomb. So this Honeycomb was something special which was installed on tablets and mobile devices with large screens. So now we get it for large screens. The other Android operating systems were not intended for phones with large screen, but now they had to cater for large screen. So this one aimed at improving features for the large screen like tablets and pads by that time. So, but it had no difference with the previous version. It had no difference. Then the next one was Android 4.2.0. So this is where most of the people started using mobile phone. So this one, the feature, it came with analog feature using the camera. So like facial recognition feature, it came up with Android 4.0. But it only Google supported phones. We have third-party phones and Google supported phones. When they are testing this operating system, they test them on Google supported phones, like Google Nexus, other like new feature like Google Pixel. So the new phone from Google is called Google Pixel. So they tested this operating system using their phones, but then they sell them to third-party manufacturers, such as Techno, I think Techno and other stuffs. Because Techno is the one that makes Techno and Infinix. So Infinix is part of Techno, and Item is part of Techno. So Google sells this operating system to Techno. Then Techno adapts it to its suppliers. So for them, when they are making this operating system, they first test them using their phones. So on their phones, it had to lock the phone, you had to lock the phone using the camera. But with third-party phones, that feature was not shown to them. It was not yet in third-party phones. That's why phones like taking with Android phone they can't unlock using the camera. So after that, we went to Android 4.1 to Android 4.2. That was introduced in 2012. So this is where the world embraced the use of smartphone in 2012. It's where most of the people, like we are lashing for Facebook and WhatsApp. So they had to buy as many as smartphones as they can. So this was made on jelly. So if you see the jelly, they are so beautiful and they are, when you achieve them, they are so sweet. So now we have introduced something sweet and beautiful, they are very system. So it was called a jelly. A jelly, like in our language, I don't know how it is called, but for the English, it's a jelly. So this version had improved Chrome. Now the Chrome version, the Chrome version was improved on this version, and it supported a lot of IO, like the smart emojis were supported, and the screen touch gestures were supported, were improved. So in this is where the phones will have a very beautiful gesture when you touch them. The screen touch was improved. So this one was first tested in Nexus 7 tablets. So Google had Nexus 7, so they introduced them in Nexus 7. So after that, we went for KitKat. This is the Android version, which is Android 4.4. I think now we also Chrome has 4.1. I think now Android Studio starts from Android 4.4. Mbarara application API. If I'm not mistaken. So it's where they introduced the right RAM to on the mobile application, mobile phones. So KitKat ran on smartphone, we even more than like 512 MBs. So the third batteries, which had not improved on their storage. This one was ready to run their phones with storage. So it was improved and was able to run on smartphones with low storage. So this one supported features like Delphic virtual machine. So Delphic virtual machine is for games, those are so very games. And it was like the developers started developing Android apps with this version. The first version, the apps were developed, but we were not developed to run on Android. But with this version, the apps that are developed now can run starting from this version upwards. If you are developing an app, then you set the API from version 4.4 upwards. So it will run from the mobile phone with Android 4.4 up to now, which is Android 13. And then we went to Android 5.0, which is Limbo. Limbo, when you see it, as you see it on the picture, it is something like a sweet. It's very sweet. So now we wanted to make things look like a Limbo. How do you see it? How it looks like? So this one improved on material design, like material design. The design was nice and has the new hardware very unique. So and it had a long battery, a long lasting battery. Like this one phones, but you are on Google Nexus 6 or Google Nexus 9, then your battery can last for 9 hours with this operating system. But for us in Africa, we don't run Google phones. We don't know anyone with Google phone, but we use the Google operating system with that phones. For example, Techno Unix and so on. So the next one was Mbarara, the Android 6, which was introduced in May 2015. So this one was a great improvement, and it had an app drawer, and it allowed vertical scrolling. So those are who scroll vertically. This one was the version where we got that one. So it came along with Google Now Chat, like how can I explain that? And these features, they are improving them. From now we can see that they are already improving. But the other time, people now avoided the tap. Like you can tap and you get people. I think when you are riding the phone, it's where you touch and you hear people. Say you can speak, you can search. So it was introduced in this version. So it had a lot of features with biometrics. So the first biometric feature was introduced in this version. The biometrics, I think it was fingerprint biometric using USB Type-C. So the first biometric, the fingerprint biometric, was introduced in version 6. Version 2 were running version 6, which could use their phone and view their feedback and lock their phones. It was first introduced in Android 6. And it ran on Google Nexus 6 and Nexus 5X. So these are the phones that were tested on this version. And then that we went to Android 7.1. This was introduced in August 2016. I think most of the phones right now we are on Android 7.0. So it came with a multitasking feature, especially for smartphones and classmates. So, like you can multitask, you can WhatsApp, you move out from WhatsApp, you go to Facebook, you go from Facebook, you go to internet, you play games, you do what, so it was multitasking. And like it had the compiler where you can put your apps. It was first tested on the Pixel and Pixel Explorer. So this one was supported deploying the small screens and the large screens. Then after that, we went to Android 8. This was introduced in 2017, recently. So it used the trademark for this was seconds, like its code name was Oren. It was named after Oren, which was based on August 2017. So it included visual features like picture mode. So this one we introduced picture mode, where you can automatically take a pic and you edit it, then you again edit it, you again edit it. Picture mode. Then it had a better managing passwords. Like you can manage your passwords well. For example, like you can change the password, it supports PIN. That's one. You can use a PIN at the same time, you can use facial recognition authentication, you can use fingerprint authentication on one operating system. So it was well managing passwords. And the notification channels like the notification times were improved. So sometimes when you are on WhatsApp and you get a notification, you can reply it straight away from your phone without going into WhatsApp. I think that one, this feature was introduced in Android 7. So Android 9, that one was called the Pi. I think when we said the Pi, it's like a cake. So if you have eaten your pie, you can testify of the sweetness it has. So this was sweeter, sweetest, and it was ranked among the best operating system Google has ever made on that time. It came up with new features and improvement. So, for example, the home button was introduced to this feature. You can tap on home button, then you see the things you are running, you see the everything you are running. So this home button was introduced in this feature. And it has a search bar. The search bar was introduced. So if they introduce the search bar, they can again push it to the lower versions. So you can ask why are the lower version having a search bar and this upper version also have a search bar. So when they remove the feature, they can push it to the lower version. So this one has a search bar and it, like you can, it had the space contained on the widget to verify the space widget on application. For example, if you are one phone and scroll and you come to apps vertically, those are you can run from, but this one supports 5. And so this one introduced what we call start mode. You can switch off your phone and boot it in. Don't start mode. For example, if you don't want somebody to start mode, you boot it, don't start mode. So this feature is within Android 9. So those are the two you run Android 9, you run this feature. Then after that, in 2019, finally Google adopted a new Android version, which was named after Switzerland results. It was launched in 2000 and in September. So it was launched in September. So this is Android 10. So this Android 10 came like Android 9 was improved to Android 10. Now the features which were in Android 9 we are all improved. All were improved to Android 10. So it had a dark mode. So the dark mode was introduced in Android 10. Those are the who are Android 10, you can switch your phone to dark mode, light mode. So that was introduced in dark mode. Then it had a smart plan for all messaging apps. So whenever you have a messaging app on your phone, you can reply straight away. So this feature was introduced in Android 10. So it had the control app based permissions. Like you can set this app, I want it to run this time. I don't want this app to run. You can switch off the app, you can give permission to this app at a certain time, and whenever you want it to run. So this feature was introduced in Android 10. So it had smart like the widgets, the UIs of this smartphone, the widgets of smartphones running this Android system are flexible. They have a flexible display, and it is so speedy, like the speed of the widgets are so speedy when they are running. Then during the pandemic, Google introduced what we call Android 11. So the Android 11 came up with these features. the chat bubbles. So when you are chatting, you can see the bubbles, you can chat bubbles. Then the screen recording. This feature was introduced in Android 11. When you are running a smartphone with Android 11, you can record the screen. Then the notification history, you can track your history of notification. For example, you see the notification is on this time and this time, so it has notification history. New permission controls, like you can give someone a control on your phone, like you can, someone can run your phone, but it's not your own. So you give him the permission and he runs your phone. Then the API distinction between this phone, this operating system supports 5G. So those who want to run their phone in 5G can go for Android 11. So in Android 11, the smartphones running Android 11 support 5G. 5G, what is 5G? So 5G, like it is a super fast internet. When you are running 5G, you get fast super internet. Then the wireless and Android Auto. Android Auto, this is used for driving, when you are driving the car and want to control your car. Use Android Auto. So this feature for the Android Auto is supported in Android 11. Those are the smart cars and you want to control your car. So we have a Google application called Android Auto. So it is already supported in Android 11. So it has a number of inclusive core iOS. For example, you can switch from this theme to another theme using this operating system. Then I think after that, they improved Android 11 to Android 12. It was introduced in October 4, 2021. For it, it has an easy Wi-Fi sharing. So you can share your Wi-Fi connection through, you can share it with someone. It has a feature that supports everything you support. You can screenshot your loading screen. This Android 12, you can screenshot your loading screen. It supports ARIT, like Android runtime for developers. When you are developing, you can use this operating system to support your runtime. So you can choose from like an option to choose precise or approximate location. For it, it has option where you can choose your precise location. Privacy dashboard. So for example, if you want to make your own dashboard, you want to say that you want this run this features. The dashboard you can keep your information, everything on the dashboard. So it has a privacy dashboard where you can run your private things. So it has improved power efficiency and reduced app startup time. So with this operating system, the phone starts up in a few minutes compared to other operating systems. So the third-party phones, for example, the Technos, the Unix, so they can do this. It was able for them without asking for the users to have relations with Google. So after they introduced Android 12 so now like Android 12 was not improved, but now we have to put new features in Android 12. So already they have already released a new version, so they have to use this version. Support the other version, so it improved it was specific for foldable phones, tablets, and desktop size phones. So those ones when they introduced phone numbers, phones which phone, the smartphones which phone, they had to make their own operating system. So they made Android 12N. This is specifically for phones. I think Samsung has one. This one is the operating system for them. And lastly, display on iPhone, like on iPhone on Google Conference 2022, Google shared a new details about Android 13. So what is Android 13? It has a smart display apps. You can, like the apps are displayed in a smart way. It supports, it supports, it supports smart viewing of your home. It supports new features like IoT home, smart homes. For example, you can view your home from this phone without putting another app. Then it supports Google Auto extended. Like the other Auto application that runs the mobile application, it runs the car, Android car. So this one is compatible with Android car Auto. Then it supports display from a smart TV, like Android TV, when you have no Android TV, which is compatible with Android 13, already still. I think it's on market right now. When the third party purchases it, they will start giving out phones by Android 13 in the near future. And for some reasons, it's still beta, like beta version. Beta versions are out, but it's still being tested on some Google phones. So I can say that's all I have for today. If you have any question, you can ask.
Any question? Thank you, Yasin. In case there are questions on how it's presented or more clarification needed, please you can bring them forward. All right. So, thank you, Yasin, for taking us through that journey of the Android OS. And as I told you, you can see that there have been several improvements. So the moment you get the software and you think that, wow, this is the best, so the guys are already thinking of what adding next year, because it is a game of everything, financial, security, and enticing you. So our next presenter will be Francis Kamanzi, will be online as we wait for him. Shall be having a word from Mr. Pascal Sunday.
Okay, good morning everyone. Morning guys. Don't sound stressed. So I'm called Pastor Nafula. I'm a TDT organizer, Mbarara chapter. So you are most welcome. I know it's ended 2022. I hope you enjoy it. Once again, you are most welcome. We have organized with another chapter headed by him. And I think everything is far. So Don't want to repeat what they have already said. So I just wish you the best of the event as you continue host these events over and over. Okay. I hope you guys at least learn something from them. Some of the events be formative like this, some be practical. At times we have practical sessions that be online, we have programs that be online, we have scholarships that be online, where you can get access to free learning, okay? From sites which are paid courses, but you can access them for free. So I think if you keep in touch with us, we keep following from the platform, which is GPG, either GPG Mbarara or GPG Cloud, and you go to Google and search for it. You can get access. Whether it's our updates, you subscribe. Subscription is just to get emails, get notified about what is pending, what is coming, okay? Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Yasin, for the wonderful presentation. I think now our attendees, both physically and virtually, know how Android has evolved over the years and what we truly or really expect with the latest, which is Android 13, and to see how we can build along with it. So we are supposed to be having trust when you query. Is from Nigeria, program manager and developer advocate with Bands. Is trying to get in touch with him here. So I talked to him yesterday about this whole presentation. So I'm going to instead play his recorded video. He's online. He's going to take in your questions, but because of network issues, we're most likely going to play a video in that state. So just a moment as we try to put up that. Okay. From experience, as someone who's been organizing events in Mbarara since 2019, at the faculty, at the university, later on as the Google Developer Students lead for the university, and now as an organizer for GDG Cloud Mbarara. From that experience, I know that yes, it's very, very difficult. It is a drag and carry situation for you to have ladies attending tech events. I know what it means to bring a lady here to attend an event, a tech event. And mind you, this event benefits all of us. The knowledge we are going to pick up from here benefits all of us, but it's been a hassle, it's been a hurdle that we organize these events and we don't have ladies in. But I like to believe that even when it may be hard to drag them here, maybe especially on our part as organizers, because I believe Pastor here talked to some lady friends to come. I talked to some lady friends. I even did the same. But also as we, the attendees that are here today, I believe we have lady friends, right? Those we are taking the same courses with, those we are at workplaces with. Why did you come with one? Because that lady may not have attended because they heard about IO extended or because they even know what it means, but they couldn't have attended because it is you asking them to attend. And maybe later on, when they realize what is happening here, the knowledge that is coming in, and what it means, they'll be like, oh, the next time you're having this, I'll be the first person around. Because we could be passing in flyers and all that, and they're like, so what is IO extended? They don't understand. Sometimes, I'm just saying that. But if you ask them as you and say, you know what, I'm going to attend this event on Saturday. It is at Hive Collab. Would you wish to escort me, come around? They could have said, yeah, I think I don't have much to do. Let's go and we see what is there. So I'm trying to say this because as a Google developer community, we emphasize inclusiveness and diversity. When we take photos here and we share them all over our social media platforms, and then someone nods and says, but I don't see a lady. You may feel offended, but they are raising a very valid question. Where are the ladies? So let's think about that as we have the next events, which will be coming very soon. It's okay. Let's try to see what Fast has for us. We try to record this session for us. Believe me, in Nigeria, when it comes to network, it is very terrible. So, okay. I hope it's not freezing. Yeah, it's freezing. And I don't know which tab I've just closed right now.
Just restart or it might work.
If I'm to restart my setting up all these things.
Ah, hapana.
Check, 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 check. Check, check. A very good afternoon to you all of you out there who's still watching, who's still live on the ATV. And we're going to do a simple session where we'll be seeing introductions of all the people who are around here. We'll be seeing the people who are developers, the people who do code, the people who understand the machine there. You talk to the computer, and let's engage with some of them to know their names, to know where they are, to know what they do, and we'll be having that on the show. Okay. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
What would be your name?
My name is Medi James.
Medi James?
Medi James.
Or Medi James, huh? Alright. What do you do?
Professional photographer here in Mbarara.
Are you related to programming in any way?
Yes. I'm a service provider. Professional wise, I'm also
Alright, let's have more of these people telling us who they are and what they do. Yes, keep it going. What could be your name? Student at Mast. What course do you do? Software engineering. Alright. And yes, Yasin. We already know you from very many of our events that we've been capturing. And you did win the FCI awards, right? Tell us more about yourself. Someone out there is trying to view and they don't know who you are.
What I can say, it's the world we are going on is so much going to be AI and Web3 or blockchain. So I encourage everyone here to embrace AI and Block3 or Web3.
Since we are talking to the expert, tell us more about. There is something I saw that we'll be having. Is it video or something? Visual something? It was something with machine learning that we have on the program today.
Yeah, it was computer vision.
Computer vision, yes. Tell us more about computer vision.
So computer vision, this is an algorithm that uses computer resources such as camera to get them to analyze the faces, the face landmarks, so that you can solve the problem using computer.
All right, thank you very much, Yasin. Let's have one more person telling us who they are. Yes, hello.
Brian.
Yes, and which course?
Technology.
Information technology. Okay. Let's keep scrolling. Yes. Good afternoon to you. I'm okay. How are you? What could be your name? And what's your occupation? Which course?
I do computer science.
What interests you in IO?
Yeah, actually, I've never been in an organization about Google input output, but today is my first time to be here. But I'm actually very happy to be here because I've learned something. What you're presenting about different version that has been done. So actually, what I'm actually doing very important to me right now, what I've actually got from here.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's have one more person telling us. Yes. Good afternoon to you.
I'm a student at math
Mm-hmm.
and a graphic design.
Graphics designer. Oh, so he's a little bit like me. Yeah? So tell us, what course do you do at Must? Biomedical. You also do programming, right? So what interests you with IO? All right, thank you very much. Let's have another person telling us. Yes, sir.
My name is Dr.
Maurice.
Maurice.
Yes. Uh-huh.
I find this interesting because you can separate
Then,
I find this interesting.
what year are you in? Year 4. Oh, right. Finally, see, these are people who will be professionals around next year. Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. I'm James.
Engineering, IEEE. Triple E, right? Tell us, what interests you with IO? Google IO. And how do you find the session? Are you enjoying the session? Educative? Alright. Yes. Good afternoon to you. What could be your name? Keep it close. What could be your name? Oh, you're a student also? Course?
Education.
Oh, and you're interested in programming?
I'm a webmaster. I have some sites.
Oh, you even have websites of your own?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. This is one education student, and he already has his own websites that he runs. This shows you that the Google I/O, Google GDG, and GDSC are not specifically for people who only do programming. You can also come from another course and still join in the fun. Yes, hello. Good afternoon to you. Good morning. Oh, it's good morning. Yes, good morning to you. It's really good, Stephen. Yes. Electrical engineering. Biomedical. Yeah, for also. And how you find that? Fine. Tell us something. What's his name?
My name is Tish Jacob. Student at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I do computer science.
Yes. So definitely this is the thing for you. You have to be Google I/O. What can you something small?
It's very interesting. Actually, it's a platform where if you are a developer and you can get ideas, and from the first presenter, if you're dealing in current trends, it's very important to know what is taking place in the education, like in the sector.
All right. Good morning to you. I'm okay. What is your name? Yeah. And what course do you do? I'm taking that you're a student, software developer. And what do you work with? Freelance?
Yeah.
All right. Google I/O. What can you tell us about Google I/O?
I think it's great. Learn new stuff
Alright.
because things are changing every now and then, and so you have to adapt to new technologies, which I think IO is helping a lot out there, and how developers can use training.
The people who are presenting online. Just a few moments, we only have around 3 or 5 people left, and we'll continue with presenting. Yes, good morning to you.
Good morning.
And name and occupation to make it fast.
Student based application, software developer, and research student at Mass.
Alright, let's pass on the mic. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Yes, name and occupation. Computer science, alright. Someone who hasn't introduced themselves yet. Yes, good morning to you. Yes, sir. What could be your name? Yes, okay, good morning to you.
I'm Eddie Mwao.
Yes.
Working with EM Group. We are crypto enthusiasts as well as
Web3. Alright, they deal in Web3 developments. Let's pick up the last people and we'll continue with the sessions, the presentations to make this a wrap. Yes, okay. Good morning to you. Yes, please tell us your name and occupation as we switch back to the presenters. Yes. Which course? Computer science. Alright. Let's pass on the mic. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Name and occupation, please.
My name is Razak Swali, a student from being
There is a very familiar figure around here. Please, name and occupation. Alright, let's switch back to the presenters. We've gotten to know we still have one more person here. Good morning. Yes, good morning.
I major into data science and data analytics.
Right, data science and data analytics. Let's switch back to the presenters and we'll be having more later on.
space to build better solution, and of course understand what Web3 actually means, and to get started with Web3 without much hurdle. And that is why today I'm going to be talking about the subject that drives my my desire to help everyone who wants to come into Web3 to understand better. But today we're going to look at web developers, front-end developers. How can front-end developers begin to get into Web3 and what is needed for them to do and how they can begin to navigate into to take the jump to becoming Web3 people from front-end development background. So we're going to look at, this is what we're going to cover, right? So the first thing we're going to look at is what are the skills needed as a front-end developer to begin with front-end development in the first instance. So this is actually for those who are beginners who are coming to start web development careers and want to begin from front end. So what do you need to get started with quickly? What can you begin to learn to become a front-end person? And this is also the second thing we're going to learn for those who are already front-end developers and those who are looking to have more a skill experience, just what they can learn to strengthen their front end development offering, and of course, begin the position to get into Web3. So, talk about libraries, programming languages, frameworks that are easy to use to navigate to the Web3 industry and Web3 world. The stuff I'm going to talk about is about since we've learned the languages, the libraries, we're now front-end persons, how can we make the jump to Web3? What are the sweetest, not really sweetest here, but what are the easiest way or the more smooth path to take to come into Web3? And so how can you begin to build front-end solutions, but this time around that suits the Web3 ecosystem and begin to become a Web3 developer with a front-end background that is becoming a Web3 front-end developer. We're going to look at what tools are available out there to make the experience easy for developers to begin to build Web3 solutions easily. And of course, without, breaking much sweat and learning entire, things from scratch. What are tools that make it easy to quickly set up your environment, quickly build and quickly interact with smart contracts without entirely knowing much things? Of course, you have to know a few things, but what is the easiest part to take? Not easiest will not really be easy in terms of learning, but easier in terms of what is like the most better part to take if you want to tools to use if you want to become a front-end developer from the Web3 space. And of course, once we learn, we need to apply. So how can we quickly apply, our front-end development skills in Web3 by getting jobs? So look at where can we find Web3 front-end jobs or Web3 jobs in general, and what kind of jobs are likely to be out there for developers who want to get into Web3. So let's get started. Getting started, I would like to talk about this. What you see on the screen is a very valid reminder for everybody who writes code, especially web developers. The misconception is Web3 is so complicated that it's an entire different world altogether. And it's me saying that you do not have to drop everything Web2 to come into Web3. You can still use your skills in Web2 to come to Web3. We're going to see why that is so by breaking down the key concepts of what Web3 actually is and understanding why we say you don't need to drop Web2 to come into Web3. All right, so you don't need to like drop all you have, the skills you have in Web2 to become a Web3 person. You can still leverage and climb on your existing skill set in Web2 to, of course, begin to know how you can use that skill set easily, quickly, and definitely become a Web3 person. And why I say that, misconception is that Web3 is like a different world altogether. And so you're looking at, how can I make a switch? How can I stop Web2 and go to Web3? You can't stop Web2 to Web3. You can only leverage on Web2 to come to Web3. And it is almost the same thing. Like this is like a typical, what you see on the screen, a typical web development flow. As a backend, as a front end, and as a link between both of them, API, JSON files, right? Just like the link between both of them. And you can also become a full stack person if you know how to do back end, front end, and of course the rest. It is same thing with Web3, right? Web3 still has a front end. It still has, Web3 applications still have a front end. It also has a back end and it has smart contracts and API driven smart contracts that can, merge them together. And you can become a full stack Web3 developer by doing the back end smart contracts, applying them to the front end and linking them together. So the same, skills, the same, structure you have in Web 2 is almost a similar structure you have in Web 3. So that's why I say that you should not entirely drop Web 2 to come to Web 3. You can leverage on using knowledge and skill sets in Web 2 to quickly and easily build on Web 3 skills. So this is the very key, very important question to ask. What is Web3 anyways? We heard about the hype, the buzz about Web3, the developers are making the switch. What is Web3 exactly? So this is the where we're going to answer what Web3 is. If you ask a lot of Web3 developers this question, if you ask 10 Web3 developers this question, it's likely you're going to get 10 different answers because everyone has different definition of what Web3 is. But for the context of a conversation, this is the most simpler way to put it what Web3 is. It is simply a decentralized internet where no one has control. Web 2 is definitely, no one has co control in Web 2 is being given by the platform, that is the internet is being relied on. So Facebook, for example, doesn't have the ability to give the users the control over their data. That's why I see different privacy issues, people selling data without your consent. And so these are different issues we have with Web 2. Web 3 is trying to say that, okay, we've seen how Web 2 works. Our data is being, used without our consent, and data is likely the privacy for data is low, and so there's like issue for Web 2. Web 3 is trying to say in this new version of the web, that is not possible. No one has control over your data. Put up your content, you are the one who have control over. No one is actually controlling the data. There's no middleman, there's no master over data on the platforms. Sorry, so that is the key definition of what Web3 is. It's a new kind of internet where no one has control over anyone's content. And so just like we have version 1, version 2, the second version of Web, which is Web 2, content is being, as privacy of content, as privacy violations, different things happening with data. But now the upgraded version of Web, which is Web 3, has more secure outlet for data, and no one gets to manipulate or use your data without your consent. So no one has control over data. That is what Web 3 is. Now, interesting part about this is that for this to happen, it's being powered by a technology called blockchain. And of course, blockchain too has its own definition. So if you ask, 10 blockchain developers what blockchain is, you're also going to get 10 different answers. But for the context of a conversation, blockchain simply can be said to be a chain of blocks that contain information. So information are linked together in block forms, and information is being passed from different place to another. So you know how chains are like being interlocked together, chains. So you cannot easily detach one without spoiling the rest of it. So any information you want to take out of one of the chains or one of the blocks in the chains would automatically, affect other blocks in the chain. So blockchain is a chain of blocks that contains information. Now, it gets interesting because this kind of technology, blockchain, is intended to timestamp digital documents. That is why we say Web3 is impossible to tamper with data, and blockchain makes that possible. By having timestamps on digital documents, digital media, that makes it impossible to be tampered with. You can't backdate it, you can't fraud it, you can't manipulate it without any other person in the chain knowing about it. Because if you detach one block of chain from a normal chain, other chains are being disrupted, other chains are being affected. Everybody knows something's being wrong from this chain. So the same thing with the digital blockchain we have, right? It is impossible to tamper because all of them are linked together. One attempt to change one will affect the rest. And so transparency is being a- advocated largely on the blockchain. The blockchain application beyond just, of course, we see applications with money, NFTs, trying to buy cryptocurrencies, or cryptocurrency for money, digital currencies, trying to sell, currencies and all those things, cryptocurrency. Is also what is powering NFTs, properties, right? So we cannot, NFTs, as we know, is non, fungible tokens, which means is unique. You can't find a duplicate in the market. Like it's just one unique. And that is what helps to prevent fraud against selling multiple fakes in the market. So that is what powers NFTs. And same thing with smart contracts, digital contracts. So I've signed a contract with somebody. I go to change the date and tamper. With digital smart contracts, blockchain, it's not possible. So like we said, any change is impossible to tamper. So anything that's on the chain cannot be changed. And this actually makes it secure and a more, bulletproof, internet, as we can call it that, right? Because nobody can easily hack it. It can fraud hardly happens because it's all transparent and nothing really can be tampered with. So all these things are what Web3 is all about. A more secured version of the internet powered by the blockchain. Now, how can we build for Web3 and the blockchain? So we've said that, of course, Web3 is trying to be, like the new phase of the internet, and we've always been building apps on the Web2, on the internet that had powered by Web2. Now, how do we now move further to now support Web3 space and build for Web3? That's the question. We've understood what blockchain is and how it's being powered, how it powers Web3. Now the question now comes, how do we now build, how do we now build for Web3? Well, as we all said that you have to leverage on your Web2 skills to do better in Web3. And of course, the basis of the web is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So if you are a beginner that wants to start, you definitely got to start from this. If you're already an expert in HTML or front-end development, then you have to strengthen your skills in JavaScript and of course design parts, HTML and CSS. You could now, add a little bit taste for your skills by even TypeScript, especially if you are going to React as a front-end framework with JavaScript. Once you're done, you could choose React, Vue, or Angular to become that's like complete front-end, stack for Web 2. Again, I would like to emphasize that for you to go to Web 3, you have to get strengthened in your Web 2 skills. From that, you can begin to build for the front end part of the Web 3. That's the front end. Now, what about the back end? Well, the back end for Web3 looks like this. Either you go learn programming language called Rust to build for Solana chain, right? So there are different kinds of blockchain available that help developers to build upon the chain. So Solana is one of them. So you have to learn Rust to be able to build on this Solana chain. Perhaps you could also learn, Solidity for the Ethereum chain. So these are different blockchains they can use to build upon, and different language supports both of them. So if you want to build for Ethereum, you have to go to learn Solidity and build smart contracts, that run on the Ethereum blockchain. But if you want to build for Solana blockchain, you have to go learn Rust as a programming language. So that's for those who want to build smart contracts and become backend engineers in the Web3 space. But of course, our interest today is for front-end developers. So you have to learn this first. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, TypeScript, React, Vue, Angular, or Angular, any of these framework is fine. You can do, and you can become strengthened in Web3. Sorry, in Web2 rather. Now, if you want to go become a full stack or to try to be a backend person to build smart contracts, you want to build on Solana blockchain, you have to go to Rust. You want to build on Ethereum blockchain, you have to go to Solidity, right? So that's the backend part for smart contracts, building on top of the Web3. Now, how do we now still be a front-end developer, but trying to, consume smart contracts on your front end? Just like we have the usual, consumption of APIs given by the back-end people in normal Web2 space, we can still consume smart contracts being developed by back-end people in our front-end applications. So how can you do that? This is actually where you can now begin to move to Web3. Once you've learned this thing, you cannot call yourself a Web3 front-end developer because you could build the applications and can use smart contract and make it a decentralized application called dApps for short. So the first is libraries. We get to learn any of these libraries. Web3.js or ATAS.js. These are two libraries you can use to build, to interact with smart contracts on the front end. They all have the different components, but ATAS.js is one of the most popular, and is better than Web3.js. Why? We're going to see why. The first is that it's much smaller and less bulky. It's lightweight. You can easily get started with it ASAP. Documentation is quite better. Yeah, that the documentation is quite better. And so documentation in a case where different people are trying to come up with different ways to make it better, right? Resources to learn, a different, frequently asked questions. People are actually documenting and contributing to better documentation for ATA.js, and it's more popular. Hence, open source in a way people get to apply, add new changes, and get to make it better. Beginners find it easier to get started with because, like I mentioned, it's more popular because of the friendliness it is, lightweighted. There are different resources out there to learn about it, YouTube videos, documentation, articles, and all those things. It has extra features, more like boilerplates in a way that makes certain things easier for you to do writing code, outrightly for them. So all these are the reasons why um, Ada.js is one of the best library to use when you want to consume smart contracts or begin to have smart contracts, smart contract like activities on your front end applications. The second tool and platform, sorry, is called Alchemy, right? Alchemy looks like this. It is a collection. I like to see as a collection of different SDKs, of different tools, different services you can use to build dApps. dApps are decentralized application for short, right? dApps, blockchain applications. It has a pricing, like there's SDKs, there are, different APIs, different products you can use to do what you want to do, one line magic lines of code to supercharge your development, with different powerful blockchain development platforms and all those things. So just use Alchemy if you're looking for already made certain features, SDKs you can use to easily build and begin to develop Web3 solutions ASAP. The second is Remix. Remix is a tool, it's like an online editor IDE for deploying and building smart contracts. It is for the Ethereum blockchain. So you could easily get a remix to teach online about smart contract or to use it in your own to practice smart contracts. You can download the files, you can upload new files, you can just push to GitHub. It's like online workspace to build and deploy smart contracts. Other one is called Truffle. So for those who may not entirely like Remix, I want to have like a more local environment for building, Ethereum environment for building smart contracts via VS Code, for example. A Truffle is another another tool to use. You could install on your you can install it on your VS Code, to simplify debugging, deploying, and building of smart contracts. There are other tools inside TOEFL that make smart contracts building simpler for Ethereum Virtual Machine, the EVMs. There is one-click blockchain for certain desktop application for command lines to make it deployment easy. Or call, you can see it down called Drizzle. So it's like a fresh chain data for front ends. So if you could take a look at the GitHub repo, the docs, it just makes development of smart contract a lot easier on your local environment if you don't want to use Remix. Another is hard hat. Hard hat for me is like the refined way, it's like updated part of Truffle. People like hard hat better because it's a lot easier. It's flexible and it's extendable for different use cases, and you can still install in VS Code, run the npm for other packages that also connect to Hard Hat. You just go to hardhat.com, just browse Google Hard Hat, you get to see the website, download the plugins, watch tutorials, and see how you can use it easily. So if you're already familiar, like that's why I said there are people who actually move to Web3 development without doing Web2. In the case HTML, CSS, JavaScript, they are going to suffer because you still have to come back to learn the basics. It's still the web. The web is made up of like it's still HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for most of the parts of it, right? And we're talking about Web3. The web is still there. Just the three is added to show how secure it is by blockchain. So we still have to go to learn the other, you know, go to learn things like the normal Web2 things, HTML, JavaScript, React, or Angular, as the case may be, to strengthen Web3. to Web 2. So once you know that, it's easy for you to find other libraries like Hardhat, Truffle to add to your development workspace to build smart contracts all together. So once you find tutorials, it's easy for you to know how to work around that and find use cases to make your work a little bit, not a little bit, but clearly simple and to work with that. The last is bonds. In my dictionary, the last is bonds. Bonds help people to build Web3 applications easily and faster. If you're a front-end developer, you have two options. Either go and learn Rust to build for Solana, or go and learn Solidity to build for the Ethereum blockchain, or you use bonds. Three options. Of course, front-end developers would love to stick with front end and not go to back end. And bonds makes that possible. So bonds is like a smart contracts as a service platform where there are templates already used, for before I go into the templates on, we all familiar with Firebase. As an Android engineer and a developer for many years ago, Firebase saved my life in building, full stack applications for Android. I had an option to go and learn Node.js or Django to build REST APIs for authentication, storage, and all those other backend stuff. I don't have the muscle for that. Firebase saved me big time. You just go to Firebase, you start the library, you know, for um for the Android Studio library, just put it there. Install a few things to install, select the service you want to use, authentication, Firestore, what else is there? Okay, now MLKit is also available for machine learning, applications. So you can easily do that without entirely going to having a back-end developer do stuff for you. The same thing happens with bonds. It's like the Firebase for blockchain backend. So you could go and learn Solidity or go and learn Rust to build smart contracts, or you could skip that process and use bonds to do it quickly. So bonds has different smart contracts, a combination for different use cases. For NFT marketplaces, smart contract already made for it. There is ICO, initial coin offering, there's a tokenization, you want to create your own cryptocurrency, you want to go transaction wise for decentralized finance, whatever use case you're looking for, bonds likely has a smart contract template for it. I think they added an edit button where you can just add a few other functionalities you want to your smart contracts. So it's easy, just download the Bonds SDK, match it to your application, React, Vue, plain what's called a vanilla.js, just make it make sense. It is heavily for the Ethereum blockchain, supports Ethereum, compatible blockchains like the BSC and the Asta and Polygon also. So you can just take a look at that. So these are the platforms and tools that, from my research, make it easy as a front-end person to build for Web3 space. So you can become Web3 developer with these tools: Ether.js, Bonds, Hard Hats, Alchemy, and Remix. With this, you can easily begin to use your Web2 skills to become and go into Web3 and of course dominate, the space and begin to apply for a job and easily call yourself Web3 developer. So I would like to emphasize it once more that you do not need to drop Web2 to become a blockchain developer, Web3 developer. It doesn't mean you have to drop everything Web2. Web3 is still built upon Web2 technologies. The only difference, of course, we've seen that Web 2 is not secure as much as Web 3 is. So that upgrade now has new technologies like Solidity, Rust, ASR.js, and other things that comes with it that make development on Web 3 and the blockchain a lot easier, right? So you still have to maintain your existing skills in Web 2 and come to Web 3 to make it make sense. And you can decide to go full stack by building smart contracts and consume them on your front end, or use tools like Bonds to quickly skip that process and just pick SDKs and smart contracts to build on your front end and become Web3 developer by building dApps and blockchain applications. Once you've done learning, I mean, of course, we want to learn, so we're not done learning. So these are tools, channels on YouTube that makes it easier for you to learn. It's like my top six on YouTube. That beat is of course one my number one guy. That be three for his YouTube channel, Programmer Smart YouTube channel, Clever Quasi YouTube channel. You could just browse this on Google, of course, search on YouTube. Different Web3 development tutorials free of charge. I think FreeCodeCamp also has some some lessons and some videos on Web3. But these are channels that focus solely on Web3 and blockchain. Go through that, you get to learn new things and make it make sense for you, and begin to apply and and build projects and products. Eventually, become an expert in Web3 as a front-end person. So we're done learning, we have to get jobs, right? So these are where you could get jobs. So jobs are one of the application, one of the ways to apply your skills in Web3. And remoteok.com makes sense. You go to web3.career, remote3.co, cryptojobleads.com. These are places where you can find jobs for Web3. It's good to note that you must not entirely get into Web3, get a job in Web3 as a developer. Web3 is sweet that it has different roles for different parts as a developer. You could become a developer community manager for Web3. You could become Web3 technical writer for developers, in Web3 space. You could become a developer advocate. You could just become different things as a developer because you understand to write code. So you must not entirely apply for development jobs. You could also apply for jobs that still, revolve around the development space, like developer relations, technical writing, sorry, community management for developers, still using your existing skills and helping people. Of course, that's a job that can also be well paid as well. So we've discussed a lot about, getting Web3. It shouldn't be technical. I mean, people, the hype has been so much intimidating that people begin to make it so complex and talking about different, slangs and different jargons. It's not rocket science. Web3 is a more secured version of Web2, which is powered by blockchain. To become a Web3 person, you have to learn how to be for blockchain. We have two options. Stick to front end in Web3 or go to back end, become a full stack person. Backend means go to learn Solidity and routes and kill yourself there with all those plain system, complexity to build smart contracts. Or you can stick in your front end, but look for other tools and platforms that make it easier for you to still build upon smart contracts and launch application like Bonds and Alchemy and the rest of them. So this is as much as I can take today. So thank you guys for listening, and I really hope that we make the shift, not shift, but like for those who want to make the shift, that's fine. No one should pressure you to become a Web3 person if you don't want to become a Web3 person. But take a look at that industry and see how you can contribute with them, still leveraging your Web2 skills. So my name is Trusting Ukraine. Thank you very much for listening, and I get hopefully we just get to apply what we've learned. You could drop your questions. I could try my best to answer if I am on the live chats via Google Meet. Thank you guys very much. So you could actually connect with me on I am Tija. I heavily help Web3 developers on a Discord channel for bonds called bonds.dev. Sorry, my picture is covering the link. So it's called bonds.dev. So you can meet me there and other Web3 developers trying to learn together and trying to build applications on the blockchain and in Web3. Thank you guys, and hopefully you enjoy yourself and have a very awesome IO Extended 2022. Hi, can anyone hear me? Perhaps I could answer the question. Can anyone hear me? Perhaps you could answer the question on the chat. I don't know if the audience will hear it also. Okay, so to answer Jet's question, yes, you can do Web3 stuff with other languages, but why Rust and JavaScript seem to be the foremost is that it was the early tech for blockchains and is like the most popular. I recently saw a PHP package that allows people to like a Web3 package for PHP. And so more packages are coming up and more, tech are coming up for different languages. So yes, you can do it with other languages, but Rust and JavaScript, of course, slash, Solidity is the most common and has much documentation and much resources to learn from. I had someone also can do Web3 with Python. So I mean, there are people that different, things coming up for different, even Android guys too. There's as a Flutter package and there's a JavaScript library, sorry, Android library too for Web3 and blockchain. So we can do it with other languages, but Rust Solidity are the foremost, technology for it.
Yeah, trust I heard you. Rust has a huge steep learning curve, so some of us are not scared of Web3, but we are scared of the tools behind it. Recently, I looked at Solidity and it was fine. It was okay, but Rust, honestly, Rust is an exaggeration, and you find that you are spending more time in learning Rust and leaving out Web3 as a concept. That's why I was asking that question. Someone knowing Golang, can't they jump on someone knowing Python, someone knowing Java already? Can they just jump onto Web3 with their own tools? Or we have to build things from scratch?
No, we can definitely I mean, like the tools like Alchemy are bringing SDKs for different languages. So in time, we're going to have more resources for different languages. Like I mentioned, the PHP SDK just came out for one particular tool for building smart contracts. So we can definitely use our existing languages that we're familiar with to jump into Web3, but some languages don't have much support as JavaScript does. So we keep, waiting and keep using the ones we have, but it will not be so flexible as it is for the languages. But yeah, we can jump right through with our languages, but it will take time for us to actually get more comprehensive in documentations, comprehensive tools for our different languages if they're not based on JavaScript or Rust. But yeah, we can just jump quite in using the tools available, but they're not quite as much as they are for the languages.
So how are you guys coping up with this change? Because we've seen Web3 that was here in some few months back, and now these guys are phasing it out. Like that short time. How are you guys coping up with this change?
Yeah, I did see that. I saw it when I was on Twitter yesterday night. Yeah, there's this Web5 is actually on the ground now. It's more like I think it was called Extra Decentralized Web. Well, but for us in Web3 space, we not be too quick to jump into, every wagon that comes along. So we are still I think the most important thing for Web3 is about the use case, which is of course power blockchain, the use case. So we're focused on the use cases and not actually tech itself. Like, how can we apply Web3 and stroke blockchain to help solve problems? And so if we are focused on problems, we'll not easily be carried away by the new tech coming up on board. Web3 may not is not entirely being phased out. I mean, Web5 just case the concept that just came in very not too long ago. So that doesn't mean we have to move to Web5. We still have to stick to Web3 until Web5 is understood better. So I think for us here is about the use case, not just the tech itself, and we keep finding more ways to build solutions with the use case we already know with blockchain and Web3 until whatever comes on board is a little is better understood before we actually move to that. Not move sure, but like like bring it closer to what we want to use via the use cases. Well, I mean, I'm suspecting that, of course, the Web 5 is still will still be powered by blockchain, so we are still on track, regardless. Perhaps it's just a name that could change. Anybody can, of course, name any new thing the same thing, but it could not be entirely different as we know it.
Mr. Trust, the question I was putting here is, we be running tools. For example, when people were starting Web3, they were told learning Web3.js is the way to go. Now, most of the people learned Web3.js. And I don't think it's a few years back, it's a short time back. And in a short period, I think even the deprecation period for Web3.js has already been put out. And now they are telling these people to migrate to Ether's JS. And then now, this person who was doing Web3.js has now to go back and learn Ether.js. Don't you think it would be nice if you guys work on how you change these tools? Like, the tools should outstand and take long to deprecate. Because now us learners, we are even confused on what to learn first. Ethers, Web3.js, really don't know.
Yeah, I answer your question better now. That's the problem we have with a new technology. Even the experts are not entirely, confident of what they have on ground. So everyone is trying to research and find new ways to improve existing technology. So we're definitely going to see more updates, more new tools introduced. So um, Web3.js came first, and so there was some people actually had complaints about how rough it is to use Web3.js, and of course, Ether was introduced to simplify Web3.js. So I think what we're seeing in the industry is about simplification of what we already know. And for beginners, it could be overwhelming, like you mentioned. You're learning this is coming out. You get so confused on what to start with. So I would suggest that for now, I think the best part is to go via Ether.js, because as we mentioned, the talk is a lot easier. It has better documentation and it's a lot simpler to use. So whatever that comes on board, we're going to see new changes because we can't help it because it's a new technology. Like, we're still trying to wrap our head around it to find better ways to do it, just like we had Web 2 back in the days. New tech were coming on board. So newbies, of course, would be confused, but I would just advise us to just take it easy, and of course meet with the experts and community to help us understand what to do best.
All right. Are you ready? You can pick it up. Okay. Let's thank you for hosting my event online. When I'm here. But yeah, that's been trust the inquirer, taking us into how you can succeed as a front-end developer at Web3 setting. We all know that Web3 now is the talk of town, blockchain, NFTs, cryptos. So thank you first for that talk. I believe our community here can pick a lesson or two. They can also go through the resources that you've shared, and maybe the next time we are meeting, we'll be having Web3 developers in Mbarara. So thank you. We're supposed to be having in another speaker who is Francis Kamanzi, but unfortunately I haven't reached out to him. I haven't been in touch with him since morning. He's really unreachable. So to break this short as we wait for something to eat, anyway, for those who came early, for those who came at 11, I'm sure there was something. So, as we wait for that, what have we so far learned? I have 2 t-shirts with me and I would like to dispose them all, give them out to people. But I need to ask a few questions just to know that you guys really have been following up some of these topics that our previous speakers have been talking about. First, The keynote speech, we had about new features for Android, Firebase, Chrome, even other products, Google Assistant. And then we went into the revolution of Android as an OS by ESC from Android 1, 0 point something, to Android 13. What we took in there and now to Web 3. So, I'm going to ask one question, the first one. And if you Google, I will know that you Google it. Right? If you Google, I will know that you Google it. Let me get behind so I can see those who are typing. Okay, so the first question is, what is the name of the next Android version that is in beta mode right now? That's enough time for you to Google. That's it. No answer. Good, we pass. At least I get to give my chance. No, that's one. That's a single problem. Okay. Alright, so what's the answer? Which Android version and what's the name? That sounds like Japanese Yakuza. Okay. Yes, is it that? Is he right? Okay. Which color song? White or black? For the t-shirt? White. Okay. White. Wow. We have okay. The other question. That's a simple question. So with an exception of Asitan, with an exception of Asitan, and who was the first speaker today, and what is his or her title and role? Yes, indeed. Yeah, I can say maybe for half the name you're right, Muhammad Awal, but he is Muhammad himself. I say Awal is the name we use as an inside for Google Developer Community, and he's the program manager for Google Developer Student Clouds in Sub-Saharan Africa. So he's not a Google developer, he's a Googler. You know, all Google employees are called Googlers. So when you meet an employee officially, employed by Google, they are called Googlers. If you're the newest addition, they call you a Googler. Something like that. Yeah, but I think we shall have another question. Yes. It's interesting. This should be easy for us students. Very easy. I will accept it. Should I make exceptions? Of one no. Jack. And Jack and go. What's next time? Where else? No, it's in Joshua. Okay, so who is the current Google developer student lead for Mbarara University of Science and Technology? Pass. Pass. This is also covered. She's also covered. You also covered. Jordan is a pass. Yeah, last two checks it was free, but I got out. I'm the former GPSC for Mbarara University, and I got out in August 2021. Right now, we have the lead, who is also getting out in August 2022, and we have the next one that's like that. She's female. The best part of female. Of course, that's the astrology. Yes, that's the astrology. Unfortunately, she's not here with us. She's in Kampala, but yeah, she's posting about the event. She's sharing updates. Not to give it a try, although we will repeat it. You know that last time I told you, because last time I told that I'm not the same thing. Yeah? Which one? That's even far from that, because she went to the current league, and she's not pregnant, so she's eligible to be the lead. And you can only be a lead at last if you're in the first year or second year. If you're already in your third year, your application will be done. So, you say choose your connection on LinkedIn. Check something there. Okay. What is Ivan? Ivan Pascal. I don't know if I'm going to this alone. They want to use the mic. Please alone. Okay, so yeah, the current lead is Miss Sumaya Naruko. She is the current lead. Leading the Google Now, with the hierarchy of the Google communities, down there are the students who have the student club, and then outside the students, we go to the community to meet both the professionals and also students. We have the Google groups. So this is where you see GDG Cloud Mbarara, GDG Mbarara. Those are community-based clouds for communities which are open to anyone, irrespective of whether you're a student or you're a professional or you're a lead. So they are open even to those who are outside tech. Then on top of the GDGs, we have the GDEs. The Google developer experts. These are people who have dedicated their their time in learning at least one Google technology or Google product. Now, how do these people get recognized as Google mobile experts? It is fascinating, but it's something that I wish you guys would pick up and start doing today. For you to be recognized as a Google mobile expert, here's how they get to recognize you. One, you must either be a technical writer. That means you're blogging. You can write a blog about Android. Like when you discover Flutter and you learn this is how you add an icon in Flutter, write about it. Put it on your blog. When you discover this is how they add a button, try it out, take as Google steps. Put it on your blog. That alone, do it for 6 months, for 1 year, for 2 years. Google will discover you and they will take you through the process of refining you and you'll be named a Google global expert. I think right now we have less than 11 experts in Africa. Less than 11. We don't have any in Ghana. In East Africa, I know we have 2 in Kenya right now. Yeah, we have 2 in Kenya. Then videos. You people be making videos on TikTok, well and good. But you also make those videos talking about Android, talking about Chrome, talking about Flutter, talking about TensorFlow, put them on YouTube. Learn something, put it out there. In 6 months, in 1 year, people will discover you. They will do the same thing. They will evaluate you. The third thing, be a speaker. Speak at these platforms here, the GDG platforms, we have IO extended. It is the second most biggest and important event in Google. IO extended. That's when they announce their event, their developments, their technologies, their CEOs, their developers, everyone comes up. Google IO. Speak at that event, record it that I spoke at this event. How many also like I've spoken at around 10, 14 events, they'll reach out to you. That's what First was doing. First is in Nigeria, but he's looking for these opportunities. Whenever they say they are having IO extended in Mbarara, he wants to speak. We are having IO extended in Mbarara, he wants to speak. Because that is now evidence that he is speaking. And he always and often speaks on Web3. So in Web3 is considered an expert. So whenever we put out these calls of like, could you please be a speaker? Could you speak about something that you know? Android, Chrome, YouTube, Google Docs, speak about it. Because that's the only way Google is going to recognize you. Okay? Then the other way, which is often the hard way, is leading and building communities. And now these are the GDGs, the GDSCs, wherever you are. You could be coming from Masaka, and where you don't have any GDG, only GDS in Masaka. Go back there, you got the experience from Mbarara, apply for it, have it done. And then the next day we'll be attending IO extended in Masaka. Go to Usheni, we have this letter coming from the IO, right? Western numbers. You have a GDSC, but it is in Kampala. So the people who have this sign are disadvantaged because they don't get to visit each other in the community in Kampala. Apply for it. Have it at your campus. Usheni is growing. I'm sure there are people who do computer science or engineering, then they go back to Usheni Shaka. Collect them around into a GDG Shaka, GDG Usheni. Have it there. We are having GDG Fuji. What do you guys know about the Fuji? We think like it's one of those places where we have the best developers in Uganda. We have GPT Kalina. I think right now we could. I think we can have GPT Kalina. I'm not mistaken. Yes, GPT Kalina is there. We have the GPT Sorority. Now, as I speak, we are having the IO event in Sorority. Apply for this event. Because it's not just about leading them and all that, but doing impact on the community, organizing it, but also as an organizer, it's, into the network of developers out there, and if your perspective changes on how things are running in that area. So whenever those opportunities come around, you always to grab them. So, Nasta, yeah, come and say something as I connect to Ivan and Pastor. I'm sure this is almost done. So yeah, we're going to break into, as it is, we're going to break into some lunch break, trying to grab eat something and drink something. Then at 2, we'll have the last speaker joining us from Germany. All right? Yes. So everyone on that, let's go. Okay, so perfectly. I just know what speaking was. Let me say that not all goats actually know their way. So I think part of us was goats. But anyway, so as we wait for our sort of refreshments, I would wish to take us through some, let us start the meeting for some point time. And we will start at least stretching. Is that okay? Okay, submit to my experience to do something for us, then we shall have confidence. So simple drills, then can follow him exercise as well comes out of the instrument. That's that. Simple. Keep it simple. Okay, that's nice. I think that is okay with everyone. So I think my part story will be much more later. And if I would actually wish to invite you from the events, we have a major capacity, a team of national village, data first, data first 2022. So that is so if you live here, then we put it on your plan, it's made for that event capacity. But then, apart from that, how many of us here are so much interested in data? Apart from the way of specifically data. Okay. Okay. Okay, quite interesting. Because in my interest, everything that we do right now is data. Even a simple thing, even a click, even anything that we do is just data that we are loading out to the internet. And now imagine if you have that power of that data, it would be quite amazing. So I do not know what fields you may be in, or probably which other areas of interest you might have, but I would have you to actually get data science. You could have to do a little bit of data analytics, get to master your spreadsheets, Excel, and have some little bit of SQL. That is enough for for junior data analyst. If you add on some R programming, then you usually put towards junior data analyst, which is very, very much, even if you're in other fields, you find if you have that skill, you're running a business, you're not running a business as if, right now there's what they call data-driven decisions. In an organization, they're making decisions, but most of us actually make decisions. We do not actually sit down and say, we are making a data-driven decision. And that is the whole purpose of having a course having a data analytics. So I would upload everyone here to have, and this is something that to deal with data. If you are able to read it, analyze it, simply, don't get so much into it, but it will be amazing. Yeah, so that is my talk. I do not know if there is anything you have to share with us. Or probably from the talks that I've been having, you might have had any question that you might need to get thoughts about. And the people around will actually answer. No questions? Oh, we're giving out chance to the person that asks. Okay, amazing. Then another thing, I do not know, but okay, I know the say where I say program is always seen, but honestly, children come to be straight. Because I do not see an agenda giving this one, which is not okay, because one of the things is to build an inclusive society. So the people with the mentality, I think you have two girlfriends or three. Malika is that. You know you have like 5 to 10 friends who are those girlfriends. So kind of, if you're coming from events, especially tech events, carry on. Tell them, you know what, you come, shall we pizza? You can buy it or I do not know. Tell them, KFC is getting what I'm getting is KFC. And probably you can come because it's honestly you have to break it to put an event and there is nothing affiliated in what you're doing. Because that means the future is not strong. Okay? Yep. So any questions? Or any contributions? My time was said probably as a guy here, I can see so this was okay. You're welcome. Wait for someone to put your hands on. So I'm going to pause, spend a little bit of a discussion, right? Since no one is talking. So it's a very simple period to everyone. What do you expect and why did you come for the event? Very simple. We tell us why you came for this event, what do you expect? Aside from finding lessons of it.
I came because I was expecting, and I did one who used to do the investments. I think I called the other, and then he told me about the venues of Sweden. Though I was late, but I said, let me push you and see what is there. And I really liked the organization and the people, although I had them that was in the round. So that was great. And one of the things that also made me ask you was putting some pride, some silence. I had event here talking about that some of us should not give us the need or maybe we join or maybe we just sometimes it becomes hard for us to solve that. Teachers are looking for help for them. And even if they fail to do it, who it was today? Because, as you say, most of the program they find it hard to find things, but they find it easy to know which areas are may have been helped and because whenever they are already thinking about their health. So sometimes it happens. And secondly, I maybe brothers who are doing code or program, but also I need to know our societies, how we say that we will not come maybe only having things, and yet we don't know that also it can try to make things beautiful in the sense that if you want one marketing, you don't have it and some people who are on the media, there are other things that you will not see because for you about the functionality. And maybe your boss or someone who is taking the aids, not seeing the functionality, actually seeing how things are here in good. So that's what I can say.
Thank you so much to what you have said about the link. As actually getting contact with the people just share I think I share. I'll take contact and share. Okay, another thing is saying is to sum it up, all programmers here, as we leave, let us not forget to leave. You know, at the end of the day, it's not about the number of lines that you code for being written. It's about the effort of it. Yeah? So, can I get to hear from someone else? And let's hear from Mbarara. She should tell us, what interested her in this event.
Thank you so much. I'm quite interested. I did computer science from last year. First of all, I wanted to pick something from this event. Most of it all are learned what is new, since it's a new technology, like they are sharing the tools, platforms. Then when was trying to give some remarks, I picked something. He said people who work in Google are going to join us, and that was interesting. We also tried to talk about some other stuff like doing the technology. If you said if you do that, then Google can get some interest in getting to know you. Then there's also a chance that you can be employed by that company. Thank you.
Amazing. It's very good to get another touch of the codes. How about speaking for everyone here? I know most of us here wish to have cars that are actually very cool. Though it's kind of impossible to have one. So, all the men in the house, there is some fishing course, and it's a weekend. So, away from that, so I literally know some of the faces around, but I'm not quite familiar with these faces. So, we should have a one or two from you. Why you brought the cake like this?
Thank you, Mr. Kasman. My name is Mbarara. I'm a software engineer. And I'm happy to be here. I was invited yesterday. I always make notes of the film. I'm talking to the music together. So he told me that we have a collaboration with this one, making people, develop fans and about what say. So he said, maybe also invite different ways of how we can attend and see what they have for us. And I've learned about, especially, actually, forgotten his name. We talked about the regulations of grades. want to a better version that is now. And I realized also the partner that I have on the smartphone, I actually go to the kind of version of using the vehicles so slow and it was not interesting until now. So it's it goes into
Amazing, thank you so much. The other thing that you have that is different from all of us is that at least you have a mask, but quite a number of us here without masks. You know, today I was actually looking for a mask when I was coming. I went to all shops, and then the shops were selling masks. So it's like masks are out of the country right now. Okay. So before we end this question and go to the next question, this is specifically for NSC, who was actually asking. So they sent out a call for speakers, people to talk on this event. And I hope probably some of us might have seen that call for speakers. But we did. So my question to you is why you actually outline a speaker? Probably it will inspire someone. If it is some other events, they can apply also speak.
Thank you very much for that question. Like, if you are to be involved, to get involved in an event, you must be following their platforms. First of all, that's the most important thing. You must follow the platforms, like if it's for Google, then you follow like Google for Background, Google for Background. It is a platform that trains all the developers in the world. So they send emails. Sometimes they send emails if you are not in their WhatsApp groups. They send emails calling for speakers and attendees. Those featured attendees and the normal attendees like other people. So when you test that, there is a section where you can apply the speaker. But for this, I have extended had to go into some settings to be elected as a speaker. So I agreed with my friend that he did go through. So I had to choose a topic which is related to Google stuff. So when it is selected, then you proceed. Then they give some an interview that was some weeks ago. Then when you pass, they say you are able to speak up your way. But most of the events, they are campus-based. For those that are campus-based, I think the need is not as the speaker. It gets the speaker event. But for the implement events, then they choose for themselves, those guys, they do it for themselves. That's how it is.
Okay, my major question was why you actually get what was the
The reason for applying for this event it is that I want to inspire the new generation. The person who is young, the person who is self-taught, like we have people who are self-taught, gets learned from the internet, but like if you can see someone speaking in front of you or online, you get inspired. You say, oh, these people who are there outside can do this and this. So inspire, and we speak to inspire. Yeah.
I think that is a very powerful motivation. I hope on board there also got such motivation in their brain and speaker. Who knows? So, as I said, quite by the end of today, everyone in this room has to see something in the microphone. So we have another question that is coming up. As we are preparing, we have the being scanned because I'm seeing it speaking. So anytime we are satisfying our story, most of what we do by really, really talking. So You mentioned that quite most of us here, probably quite a number of us here actually, in the first year or second, or even self-taught, right? So my major query is 1, 2, 3, 4 years down the road, you've attended this event, right? Or you've been studying yourself, self-programming and playing with the number of technologies. Why do you feel, why do you vision to have the skills here? You want to be a better analyst, you have to be a Web3 or Web5. I saw someone that is a Web5. You saw that post? Some Web5 development or something they do not know. So 2 years, 1 year, 5 years from now, what is your vision for the future? You want to be a Web3 or from what you have, is it enough and you have to be comfortable? Which is it? Which side is it? Ladies, no, not ladies. For instance, this guy. What specialty? So is major specializing in data science, and I hope someone talks actually get to see what they specialize in. So by the time we out of this place, you might have a community of people that are interested in the same thing. Is that okay? So colleagues, let me talk to you. 2, 3, 4 years from now, what do you want to specialize in? Why? Want to specialize in? Everyone specializes in everything, right? But then there is a saying of being a jack of all trades, but a master of none. We need to rely on things. So specifically, you can't be told, right? So at the end of the day, you need to become a master of something, but not be a jack of all trades. Okay? So let me talk to you about ventures. One venture is big one. Good, you want to specialize in anything, data science. Yeah. Okay, so it's like us, the normal tech talk. I'm solving problems. That's a normal tech talk. I want to learn this and solve community problems. But I think to learn, even when we rate the city, there is something called PAM, which is problem solving, action, and results. So, if you start and making a statement, you could say, probably if you want to have a company, you put into a problem status or something. You can say, I used probably data science to help people gain insights in this, and this led to a 15% increase in sales. So in that statement, there is a problem solved, an action taken, and the result achieved. So have a settlement, and then it's problem, action, result. So what to the next question? Why, 2, 3, 4 years from now, what do you want to specialize in? What would you wish to specialize in? Okay? Big one. you wish to specialize in cybersecurity. It's very amazing. I think it's a field that has a lot of money. Actually, it has a lot of money. And for the data scientists here, most of the people, the online competition that you can compete in, and it's a good cash if you win that competition. If you sign up at something like that, you sign up for competitions, companies put up competitions, then you can compete with their data sets, and then follow, and whichever is the best, or probably the best in your country, you win some cash. Is that okay? So it's cool when people see you going to continue eating lunch. You're eating lunch, which is a rare thing in Ghana universities. So big money, tell us. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Colin. Looking at the way the evolution of technology is going on forward, we see a lot of loopholes in technology system. In my remember saying on the outside security, being specialized in cybersecurity is a very good step because the next step of soldiers we are going to be having are those who are going to be playing around the computer and those who are going to be holding guns. Because cyber warfare is actually the next big thing in evolution because systems are going to be digitalized and we are going to be having attacks here and there. And we actually need people like you in our communities to actually protect these systems. So, looking at the way things are going, blockchain is actually going to be an integral part of this solution. So, having a mass chain this technology is going to be very, very vital. So, just want to make that across. I'm also heading in similar direction. I want to be one of those who are going to be guardians of our technology system. Thank you. Currently, we use the another sense. It's children. We are saying it's for West Africa, but I hope that's what you're saying. Okay, so you know that comes to tell us 2, 3, 4 years from now, what are you specializing in? Amazing. So it's like the future is all about that. Someone that has probably a different perspective. You have a different perspective. Actually, these days in the field, they could give us their sample of what you're talking about. This, let's say, I think there are other, let's say, like other categories you can go to. For instance, like work in applications, internet security, and many more others. Most especially concerning software design, development, a lot is out there. And again, for me, I think maybe 5 years, because now I can read this website quickly. So I think I will be able to pass. Okay, amazing. Thanks a lot of money involved. How you going to avoid free part of a transition to a free, we want to start with. Okay, I'll probably go to a five. Okay, so I think our next question is, as I said, we all have sisters, we all have female friends, and it is quite a crisis that you don't come into here. And you can't find a food that's pizza. Okay. Can we end this or okay? But let's do this. So as we are eating and all, it's a simple question before we get there. We're in a crisis, and I feel personally we need more females in this field. Is that okay? Not feminists, right? So, what would you think would be the best measures to actually get girls, specifically our representatives and companies that are really sure that they want to put you to improve markets out of Mbarara specifically, or West Africa, I'm not sure about Mbarara. Let's concentrate on topics of Mbarara. What can we do to actually get ladies involved in tech around here? Just give us your view. Thank you. And when it comes to ladies, okay, okay, I was probably wanting some few ladies in some small projects, but one of their weaknesses is that, for example, let's say we are working on some project. You will start this project with, I think it's 9, but when you run short of, for example, let's say you are the one sponsoring the project, you are the one running the project, and the money gets maybe little at some point. There is very much, okay, there's a big expectation of one or two dropping out of the project. So I think when it comes to ladies, most of the times we don't do stuff because there is money or there are funds or there is whatever. So I think to me the best way of keeping ladies in take of, for example, let's say it's programming. The best way to keep ladies on the project or on track is praising them, because most of the times, these are the people who want to be initiated. Like, okay, I'm trying to bring out something. Okay, like trying to explain how their weaknesses. One of the weaknesses I noticed is you see the way men are treated is different from the way ladies are treated. If it's my fellow gentleman and you maybe not delivered in time, I'll be like, man, what's happening? But that's not the way you should treat a lady. So maybe you should do it softly, you shouldn't use that language. So there is a different way these ladies are supposed to be treated in order for them to think. Of course, there are exceptions. There are ladies who are capable of working outside the home without supervision. There's some people who are skilled women actually when it comes to men. So bringing the whole point down, the best way of working with ladies would be praising and of course when you work on something, for example now on a project, you give this person a schedule or a program or the flow of what you work on should be. Then at some point when there is some weakness or there is something, then you make sure you approach to them, to their mistake or to their weakness or to their maybe failure is a little bit friendly. I think with that, you can get away with having some ladies on board. Although at the point as I understand it, there is need to be having some little money. Both. Yes, that's what I think. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and someone else to talk. I think I'm going to the charity of opening a box of pizzas. For every box I open, you take a slice. Is that okay? I open a box, I take a slice, because guys do not want to open boxes. So I'll do that for you.
To me, adding on what I could say, I think also these days they still make that for being ladies. Even if she's not interested in money, but she wants you to show her that you still living. Because no matter how happy you may be, like, she gets to know that the government that is giving her, you still giving her, then she can do it. Secondly, I think even if you are telling them what to do for us in our budgets, you don't need to give them those complex things because they still remain like some are maybe rich, but they need things which are exciting. And when she's given a small dust and she completes it, she feels happy. That's when you can also have another place, another thing which she finishes up the project. But when you give her so many things at once, she feels like, wow, this is so much. I cannot handle it. And she is slow. So she needs to support her, and she needs to always keeping a watch on her, like on each step she's doing. And secondly, I think we also don't, we shouldn't also give them a lot of work for them to do for us. There are certain things that us to find hard, which for them we find easy. Most especially when you come programmers, most of the times it comes hard for us to get good character. Design for you. They can design this paper, they can also help us to be good, good helpers in understanding how a user can flow. Because when you display for her maybe your app, your project, and she's finding it that thing, then you also automatically know that my user finding her about this. So in that process, if you keeps giving her those simple things that are things to do for you, she will find it enjoying. And when she enjoys it, then that's when she can do. Otherwise, you find you don't have good experience with her programming. And there can go there. Because she already knows that it's hard, and she feels everything must be hard, and she runs away. Not because she cannot, but because she fears. So first I think let that fear go for them, feel that they can reach, to show that we give them, and failing or making or having an error is not a problem. It's actually good because now you are putting an error instead of trying an error. Things have to go on. And we also have to tell them that we face challenges, but we try every now and then, we try it, then we fail, we try it another time, then we stand also in the that they should also get that character known. It is, if I go through the steps, I can make it. Thank you.
Did you get pizza? Should have been a this man also pizza. It's complicated. Smart. So, how about the really important? To sum it up, from what I heard from him and his other discussion, the major point of concern is building interest. Protect. And this starts at a very young age. You know, in our schools, tech is not really so much of a thing. Most of us get to see tech when we reach university teaching program. But by that time, my mind is really integrated for a lot of stuff. So for that course, we actually teaching robotics in schools. We have an organization, one that I'm part of, it's called Understand. And our goal is actually to teach robotics in schools. And what we do is it's the same thing, we're trying to build that motivation and align people to have interest of change. Someone makes a robot and they see it work. If it fails, they align it and advance it. We hope with such initiative, people will be aligned to actually have that motivation to love technology. And probably 2 or 3 years from now, we shall be having quite a number of females engaging with it. Is that okay? So we are looking for the next session, but let me talk to the speakers. Hey, it's a Oh, there is sources. So if you need source, move on.
experience. So if I say maybe I don't like the use of the Facebook application, what does that person generally mean?
As the user interacts with the interface of any application, the idea that they get from the application. So that's the experience. Like, what appears is why. So basically experience, just experience how when you keep on using something and maybe the challenges and the things that you find which are good for that applications, those are the experience that now
Okay, sometimes there is a mix of the UX, which is experience as you have said, and UI. Do they go hand in hand or there is a difference, and what is that difference? What it is there?
they go hand in hand. User interface is just it's just like a screen, like all applications, like the buttons and the fields that you get when you are interacting with application. Like the design. Like how you press the button, the actions that you take while
All right, thank you so much. So I think we know what user experience is and user interface. So we're going to have a session about that, mostly concerning with Google Assistant UX. I think earlier also that told you what Google Assistant is. So Google Assistant is an artificial intelligence technology in our phones, on our computers. So instead of having a secretary, the Google Assistant can act as your secretary for reminders, for setting up meetings, and many more. So I'll be understanding that at exactly the two, we don't know if it is already two as has joined in, not he has joined in. So he'll be coming on shortly.
All right. Our guest speaker today, Junction is already online, waiting to start at exactly 2. Like I introduced him, earlier. Junction is a Google developer expert. He's a Google developer expert, and he's going to be taking us through Google Assistant user experience development in 2022. Maybe there is something different that is coming up from the way we've been doing UX and UI. So he'll be taking us through that. Jochen, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. How are you doing? Pretty good. There's no feedback right now. I'm pretty good. Unfortunately, I just got a little cold, so if my voice sounds a little funny, that's why. But I still want to miss this event, so that's why I'm still here. I'm very happy to be here. All right, interesting. We're also happy to have you here in Mbarara, though virtually. There is a very large group of gentlemen and ladies here waiting to listen to you. So, with 3 minutes towards your time, please you can take over. I'll start. 1 second. I'll share window. Can you all see the screen? Yes, we can. Great.
to do with the hardware and with the integration of Google Assistant in Android apps and devices. Sorry, like I said, I'm a little cold, so my voice keeps going. Yeah, in the beginning, so where do I actually come from and how I got started with voice? I'm a hobby developer since I was about 14, building everything. I started building Android games and really love building Android games. But one of my major downsides is I'm horrible with visuals. So while the games worked in general, they didn't look very great. And we all know that your app needs to look great and function well. Otherwise, it's hard for it to be successful. In 2016, I was in a hackathon from Amazon, and I started building my first Amazon Alexa skills in the US. And here, I really started appreciating voice as a new way to interact with machines. In 2017, I actually started receiving Alexa rewards. So Alexa gave me money every month for Amazon gave me money every month, a little bit, not much, but just because so many people played my games that I've written. It's like a little reward. There was no contract behind it. There's no way to monetize your Alexa skills at that point. So, but it was for me just an encouragement to really add additional features and functions into my games. As a number, I had 100,000 people playing on a monthly basis, all over the world. Strongest regions were United States, Japan, and United Kingdom. So, and I'm developing in Germany. So that's the cool thing about it. Even though those are not the regions I'm very familiar with, but those are the regions that really got the most traction. And in 2017, I also started building Google Actions. And it's pretty much a natural step. In the phone world, we have iPhone and we have Android. In voice, especially in the global market, with the exception of China, we have Alexa and we have Google Assistant. Google Actions are the same as Alexa Skills, and they do give you a bunch of more flexibilities. As I mentioned to you before, I'm a developer by heart, and also my daily job is also being a developer. But there's a reason I'm talking about UX here, because it's something I really saw that even as a developer, especially a solo developer like I am, who doesn't have a whole team here, it just makes sense to think of voice UX because it's so vastly different than visual UX. But before we start in the details, I kind of wanted to explain to you how a smart speaker or a Google Assistant or any of these devices actually work. So obviously, when we talking about voice, we have an acoustic front end. So that's your microphone. And oftentimes we have more than one microphone. As you in your phones, or if you see a smart speaker, there's multiple microphones. And the reason for this is that there's going to be a lot of audio cleaning already on the hardware level. So by trying to take out background noise, the microphone that is close to you will focus on you and take your voice. The microphone that's further away from you will capture the background noise and then try to filter this out. This is all done on the hardware basis. I don't really know too much about it, but now we're going into software part and I'm more familiar with it. So the automatic speech recognition, this will be taken care of you from Google Assistant, but what it really does is twofold. So when you have your Android phone, you can obviously say, "Hey Google," and this is the first part what the automatic speech recognition does. It constantly listens for this hot word or wake word, to make sure that if you are saying something that you just want to talk to Google, that then the next chain starts. This is done completely on device. There's when you use the Google Assistant, there's no constant stream into the cloud or anything. It's completely done on device. And here's the cool new thing for 2022 with if you have the Google Nest Hub, or if you have the Google Nest Hub, this is the one that's been announced. If you look at the device, you can do certain things without actually having to say, "Hey, Google." So, for example, if you have a timer running and the timer is finished, and then you hear the bell icon, you can just say stop. And this is also done locally on device, and you don't have to say Google anymore. But this is what the ASR's first responsibility is, to listen to these wake words or hot words that you are trying to interact with the device. The next thing it does, it actually translates everything else that you say into a string. So if you have a question like, hey Google, how's the weather today? It will translate how's the weather today into a string. And from there, it will move on to the NLU. So the NLU is the first part that in a Google Assistant, you are actually in the Google Action, you are responsible for. This is where we're going to entrain the machine learning algorithms to understand what a person is saying. So we just said the example with weather. Here we will train intents. So we will think of, okay, what will our application do? And in the application, we want to know, for example, here what the weather is. So we will train like, what is the weather? What's the weather like? What's the temperature outside? And we will create an intent for this called weather. So we give all kinds of sample phrases to the machine learning algorithms and tell them this will all go to the intent. It'll all go to the intent weather. From there on, you are responsible in the Google Actions to give the sample phrases and to create the intents. However, you don't have to create all of them. So obviously, it's a machine learning model. So as long as you provide, and the recommendations at least 30 per intent, as long as you provide a significant amount, if the user says something different, it will usually be picked up and will still be matched to the intent that you wrote. So now we know what the person actually wanted to say, or what the person actually wanted to ask. The next response we have to do is a little bit of dialogue management. Here we have to see, I will go over this in a little bit about context and everything, but the idea is to get the information. So here we might not have a knowledge graph, but for weather, we use openweather.com. It's an open source API where you can get weather data for pretty much anywhere on the world. Once we have this data, it obviously is again in an object. It might be a string with the number 13, and then there might be a second string for the unit of measure. That's in this case Celsius. But it's nothing you want to read out to the person. So that's why we have the natural language generation. What we're doing today, and what is mostly done, is we script the responses. So we might write the sentence, the temperature right now is, and then we insert the variable 13 degrees outside. So this is how we are doing it today. If you watched I/O, there's a whole new movement towards large language models that are able to generate this for you automatically. And if we have the time, I'll give you a quick overview of how large language models work. I think it was one of the bigger announcements at I/O, and I think it's also something that's very interesting for the future. Text to speech as I mentioned, as you can take from the name, it's fairly simple. We take the text and send it to it. We actually do this in a format called SSML, so synthetic speech markup language. It's a child of XML. So if you're familiar with XML, it's very similar, but it gives you some options we'll talk about later. That will then give you back an audio file. This is also all done for you by the Google Assistant, obviously. And then the audio is sent to the device the person asked from, and it will be, from there, the audio will be played back. So, but before we start this, I said I want to talk a bit about UX. And this is like the high level technical background. We're going to talk a little bit UX, and then we're going to go a little bit more in tech again. So I already mentioned to you that I'm an avid game developer. I love building games. I love building things that are interesting to people. I found it absolutely astonishing. Obviously, you get logs if you use Google Assistant. I usually spend between 2 weeks to about 4 months on a new game. Uh, like I said, this is not my full time job. I'm doing this on nights and weekends. And if I see people play my games on a daily basis, and this is such a rewarding thing as a developer, at least for me, to see people all over the world playing something I created. And this can be really simple things, memory games. It can be interactive adventures, anything. But this is what I. Sorry, I need to drink again. My throat. Sorry. This is what I do as a hobby. Obviously, at this point, I also help other companies build Google on Actions, and we also discuss them like what are things that the user actually wants to do. Right. So we try to find out what the person or using the Google Assistant, what they might want to know, how the company or that person can help. So oftentimes it's something the person wants to know something. Obviously, Google itself is a massive knowledge graph by itself. So if you want to know what the tallest mountain in the world is, you don't need to write an action for that. Google takes care of that for you. However, if you are a company, let's say a clothing company, and you want to give information about your brand, if you want to other, if you are electricity company and you want to give people access to their current status of or current electricity bill over voice. This is actually what people use a lot and want to know. So this is one thing. Or insurance information. There is apps in every direction. The other thing is we see a lot is transportation. Certain places, unfortunately, I've never. Where I currently live, the bus comes about on weekends and nights once an hour. Or if I'm on vacation, can I have any recommendations? I'm looking for an Italian restaurant. I'm looking for certain sightseeing. So oftentimes the Google Assistant really is used while people are on the go, not just at home. Something that's big in the US, but not as much in Europe, and I don't know how it is in Africa, I have to admit, is purchasing. So in the US, you actually can purchase a lot via voice. Let's say anything like in the US, I think there's a big chain called Walmart, and they have a partnership with Google Assistant. You can really buy a lot of items directly via voice, anywhere from like I have a young child, diapers, to anything you really need from the store. It's not that big in Europe, I have to admit. So we've tried a few things with a few partners. It hasn't been that successful. One thing that's not on here that I should probably add is entertainment. So listening to radio, finding certain songs, all these things, or podcasts are big on Google Assistant. So if you have your own podcast, writing a Google Assistant for your own podcast, I can highly recommend that. It doesn't take too much time, and it gives the user another good way to interact with your media. Um, so what we usually tell people when they start building Google Actions is to first look for the audience. Because once you know your audience, it's a lot easier to build everything else. So when I build my games, I usually tend to games from anywhere, depending on the game. I have games I would say are more intended for maybe um, I would say 10 to 15-year-olds. I have games that are maybe 13 to 25-year-olds. Depending on the complexity, depending on what the subject is. Generally speaking, you're not allowed to market your Google Actions purely to kids. So if you cannot build a skill unless you are a certified developer for kids, which I'm, for example, not. You cannot have your main target audience like being 8 years old or under 13. Obviously, if you build like I build a game, like I have this fun memory game that I know for a fact people under 13 use, that's fine, but it was not targeted to under 13 because it's a game that 16-year-olds can have just as much fun, or I play it myself and I have fun. But yeah, think of the audience because that's kind of like what you want to base your characters on later. Um, and like I just mentioned, we want to build characters. So we call characters personas. And the thing is, when we interact in voice, the important thing we have to remember is voice is one of the most natural ways to communicate. If you have children, which I highly recommend, they're a ton of fun. I just had my first kid who just I caught a cold from her, but even that, because even other than that, I still have a lot of fun with her. Um, it You notice that the speaking is one of the first ways for us to naturally communicate. She really tries to speak to me. She can say single words, but that's the main thing. Kids. The first thing we learn is to really, speak to our parents, and voice is one of the most natural things. When we speak to computers, intentionally or not, we still develop this kind of persona feeling. So there was a generation, I would say the generation of my parents, depending on your age, this might be different, that are used to speaking to computers in commands, like computer light on, or like in a commanding boss way. The new generation, we speak to, or especially I'm assuming generation Alpha, which is my daughter. They speak in a more natural way. So they really accept it as a persona. They see a person, they see similarities to a person when they speak to these electronic devices. So obviously we need to answer in that same way, or we should answer in the same way. When we create a Google Action, or when we use the Google Assistant, I don't know how many use Google Assistant on a daily basis. Google has a preset voice. In this voice, you automatically recognize the Google Assistant. But that's Google's voice. That's not the voice you're going to use for your Google Action. So when you build your Google Action, depending on the language, Google gives you choices of a few different voices and also introduces you. So when a person comes in and opens your Google Actions, like, hey, someone says, hey, Google, I want to talk about Johan's game. And then then Google Assistant comes, here's Johan's game. And then I introduce myself. Like there's a handover of persona. We're going away from the Google persona to my persona. And I, for example, can have a male voice. For some actions, I use male voices. For some actions, I use female voices. You can change all these things. but there's really a handover, like the same way I would, if would you introduce you to a new friend, Google Assistant introduces you to a new persona, which is part of my Google action. So it's really important to think of your Google action, how you want to be perceived, and it's not just the voice, it is the vocabulary. Like if I build games that are intended for younger kids, you use simple vocabulary, you might speak a little slower, a little bit more like on a funny way. If you build something, if a brand builds something, you might be a little bit more serious, you might be more formal. So I helped one brand build a customer relationship and troubleshooting action, and they are obviously the people you usually go to this action. They have an issue with the company's service, so they go into the action to get help. Obviously, here we're going to be more formal and friendly and ask like, how can we help you? Can you explain the problem? Then if you would, for example, have a game. So what we usually do, or what I usually do, is really write down characteristics of my persona that I want to do, and I'm going to use this as the guideline to build the whole dialogue in the future. The next thing that is important, the Google Assistant is everywhere, and I don't know. The one I think an important part that's missing here is the car. Google Assistant is used in so many cars. I mean, with Google Auto, with Android Auto, Google Assistant comes right with it. It's a fantastic way to use the Google Assistant while we are on the road. So the thing I always think is like, there's this comment, if you look on Twitter, there's this hashtag voice first, and I do believe that's a good way to design for voice. Sorry. Good way to design for voice. The important thing here is we are generating voice applications. Many voice applications, however, do have a screen as a supporting mechanism, but not all of them. So, for example, here you see the original Google Assistant. It's just a speaker with 4 dots on top. They're still everywhere, and this is how we design. But if we know, and you see this when you build a Google Action, if a person has a screen or not, you can give them additional information. The important thing is that there are different screen sizes. So, for example, the smartwatch obviously has a lot less room than your Android phone, or even the big, there's this big Nest Hub, which has a 10-inch screen. We can put a lot of information on it. Let's say we have a recipe skill, in the Google Assistant. If we have the smart speaker and the person's like, hey, I want an Italian restaurant, we might give them 2 or 3 options by a voice. We would never go more than 3 because it's hard for people to remember. Like, okay, we have pasta bolognese, we have pasta carbonara, and we have a butter sauce pasta. If we have a screen device with a large screen, we could, for example, I highly recommend the pasta bolognese or the carbonara, but there's a few more options on your screen, and then we can create carousel similar to how you create a carousel scroller in Android, and have like 10 additional pictures and recipes that they can click on and interact. Just because we say voice doesn't, obviously they can click on screens and use it in the same way. If they on a smartwatch, again, yes, they have a screen. You can maybe add an image as like an appetizing thing, but you can't really use it to scroll around and get information of it. The next thing that I think is very important is to think of user expectations. If you see bad reviews on Google Actions, it's usually because you set the wrong expectations for the user. An example for this is, we see this often with brand names. So let's say a grocery store. This is actually an example existed in a grocery store in Germany, created a Google Action, where you could find the nearest grocery store and you could find the opening times of them. So fairly simple action, great idea, good initiative, but they called it their brand name. Most people who went to this action didn't want to know about the next grocery store. They thought they could order groceries because it's a brand name. This is what they um, do it with. So the people were disappointed and gave it bad reviews. If the brand from the beginning would have been like, where you can, on the screen it's visually, you have maybe four options and the person can click on it. They can't add another option. And I've seen them personally before. And context, what we mean is two things. So obviously, when you build a Google Action, you have this. There's an field for you where you can store information. It's part of the SDK, and it's on user basis. So for example, if you already found out that if you've asked a question to a person and this is something you don't expect to change, you know, save this data. Don't ask the user again. Think of where the how often user came back. So when the user hasn't been back for month, welcome them completely new. But if they come back in a few days, be like, hey, welcome back, it's nice to see you again. Don't give them the whole introduction again. Really think of storing data to the user, so that is a more natural conversation. And I think that's yeah, a very important part, really. Conversational markers is something that is a very old concept, out of a book. It's published in a book called Voice Design, and it really helps to create a better communication. For example, I'm going to give you two examples and show you the differences. I'm just going to read them out loud. Um, we have a Google action about health. So the Google assistant asks, "How many hours did you get? How many hours did you sleep last night?" The user says about 7. Then the Google assistant says, "How many servings of fruit and vegetables did you eat yesterday?" The user says maybe 4. Then the Google assistant asks, "Did you take your medication?" The user says yes, and Google assistant says, "Okay, great, bye." We got all the information, everything we need. It's not a bad dialogue, but I'm going to show you, read out an example how we use conversational markers. In the Google Assistant says, "I'll be asking you a few questions about your health. First, how many hours of sleep did you get last night?" User says again 7, and the Google Assistant says, "Good job. And how many servings of vegetables and fruit did you eat yesterday?" The user says maybe 4. The assistant says, "Oh, that's more than the day before." Last question. How did you take your medication last night? User says yes. And Google Assistant says, "All right, that's it for now. I'll talk to you again tomorrow." This way, between each question, the Google Assistant acknowledged that it received information. It also gave feedback on the information. For example, when the congratulations that it was more than the day before. That way, the user knows, okay, I was understood. It seems more natural. It gives certainly gives more information, and it's just an overall better dialogue. Um, Next, error handling, and this is really dear to my heart because I used to make this mistake all the time myself. Um, Error handling is usually developers blame the user, and this is like, okay, you said something you're not supposed to say. Sorry, it didn't work. Oh, I didn't understand you. Please come back tomorrow. This is, I think, the most actions are like this, unfortunately. It's so much easier, and the person, if you tell them, sorry, I didn't send you, come back tomorrow, the person will never come back to your application. I'm telling you this right now. But you can do error handling in such a bit easier way. There is an intent called not understood intent. That's default in the Google system. So when this intent comes, don't tell them you didn't understand the user, even though it's a not understood intent. Tell them like, oh, sorry, I didn't get this. Can you maybe rephrase it in a different way? This way, you're telling the user, hey, I didn't understand you, but that's because maybe you didn't train that intent good enough. But if you rephrases it in a different sentence, there's a good chance you'll understand them again. If again, and you do a multi-level error handling. So if you ask the user again, if you didn't understand him again, be like, okay, we were talking about how many vegetables you ate yesterday. Can you tell me that? So that you tell the user again what you were trying to get, what information you were trying to get from him. Because that way, maybe they forgot or they misunderstood you the first time, and just help them along. And if you do that, your response is going to be a lot better. You're going to not get your retention. So people coming back is going to be so much better. It's really not that difficult, and I highly recommend creating a really good error handling. Unfortunately, I'm already 5 minutes ahead of behind schedule, but I think I started a little early. Can I still go on for a little bit? Or do I have to stop? I don't know how your time schedule is. Okay, I'm gonna go on for a few more. So I'm gonna show you a quick Google action. I don't think we have large language models. I'm going to do two things. Large language models are fantastic and awesome. There's a big one called GPT-3 by a company called OpenAI. I highly recommend you look at it. Google, I'm assuming, will also be more and more open in the future. This one is called GPT-3, and I highly recommend you have a look at it. It's super interesting. It is in many voice applications for us, it's the way forward. And like I mentioned, Google is also building their own models right now, and that are just going to change a lot of things we talked about today. However, I think for now, because I'm already over time, I just want to give you really quick look into how to build Google Actions. So obviously, you guys are, I'm assuming you're all Google developers and you have Google developer accounts. So you can go to the Google console.actions.google.com, and here you I will just paste this in the chat in case somebody wants to follow along. You can go here and build your create a Google action. In the beginning, it's really simple. You decide how your action is invoked. So this is the rocket right now I have here. As I mentioned, you need to have your own voice. There's 3 female voices and 3 male voices in the US English area right now, so you can choose which voice you want to have. These are the overall initial settings you need to set. Um, the main invocation is, as you can see, is where the people come in. So you start building these storyboards. Talk to Rocket right now. Invokes your action Rocket right now, and then we'll start. So here you can see actions. I mean, 10 comes in. You on enter. So this is what happens when a person enters. We have here a sentence that is being spoken, and as I mentioned, this is SSML. So SSML always starts with speak and ends with the speak tag. And we have this is an emphasis level. That means it's, you know, a strong emphasis on everything in between. So not so Magic 8-Ball. I don't know if you guys have Magic 8-Ball. I got one as a kid and I loved it. It's where you ask a question and you shake it and it shows you an answer. So this is if we start the action. Sorry. You can always go under test. And here, this is your testing console. We can click on.
Okay, getting the test version of Rocket now.
Welcome to the Not So Magic 8 Ball. I can see you already have a question on your mind. Ready for my answer?
So, so I cancel it. This is the introduction from here. And then, 1 second, where are we? Yeah, start. This is the prompt. Ready for my answer? We actually ask the question. Then I mentioned there are intents. So obviously we're looking for a response. Here I've only programmed the yes. I wanted to program the rest of you, but I'm really over time. And I'm sorry about that. But I just want to show you how easy it really is to get started with this, because it's super easy to get started and a lot of fun. And then once you have users on it, you can just make it bigger, better, and more awesome. So if the person says yes, he's then transitioned to hello, which is a bad naming choice. Again, on here, when the person comes into hello, we see 4 different answers that the Magic 8-Ball actually would have set in the past. So let's do test. Talk to Rocket now.
All right, getting the test version of Rocket now.
Welcome to the Not So Magic 8 Ball. I can see you already have a question on your mind. Ready for my answer?
So obviously I have a question now in my mind. Is it going to rain tomorrow? Yes.
As I see it, yes.
So that's the response. It randomly took one of the responses here. It doesn't take it in order. It's going to be completely random. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think we can build a no intent, as I'm already 10 minutes over. Does anybody have any quick questions I can answer? Well, in that case, I want to thank you so much for listening, and I really hope to see your next Google Actions here. They're a fantastic way to interact. They are, if you're Android developers, I have a separate talk for you can find on YouTube for how to integrate your Google Assistant directly into your Android apps to make it easier to communicate directly with your Android apps over voice, which is a lot of fun and a lot of an easy way to get people to interact more with your app. They don't have to, scroll through all the installed apps and find it. You can directly get them to actions inside your app. That's a really cool way, and I highly recommend it if you're an Android app developer. I hope this gave you good insight on how to get started with actions on Google. And I really do hope that you start building your own. You'll be surprised how many people will start using them. It's might not financially be rewarding, but it's a really rewarding way to build things that people use out there. And again, sorry.
Thank you again for taking us through the session. It's been a very wonderful, technical, and interesting session. I hope we can all go to the console for actions or Google Assistant and try out what you've been trying or showing us. Maybe if you could hold on just a few minutes and see if there are questions from the audience here, and maybe respond to one or two of them.
Yes,
yes. Any question is about Google Assistant or about the session that we just had? Or you people understand everything? Thanks, the chair. My question would be, is there a functionality or a way in which a person can customize the assistant voice? Is there a functionality or a way in which a person or a user or a developer can customize the assistant's voice instead of being that sharp lady, someone to customize so that it has a different feel in the voice? Most especially maybe when developing, person to specify the kind of voice he or she will need in his application, or for the user, which kind of voice he will need the assistant to be using. Something. I don't know whether you have picked me.
It's very hard for me to hear you right now. There's a big echo.
Okay. Ivan was just talking about the possibility of customizing the Google Assistant voice. Okay. As you try it out in the console, you realize there is a default voice. So, is it possible to customize it maybe to different accents, different fields? Is that possible?
Yes. So, generally speaking, if you use Google Actions, like I showed you earlier, you have 6 standard defined voices that are out of the box works for you. However, with SSML, each of these voices can be adjusted in multiple ways. So, like I said, the one thing I showed you that's easy, you can put emphasis on something. The other thing you can do is you can actually change. So with dialects and everything, it's obviously the way we pronounce. It's our pronunciation of words are different. To change the pronunciation of the default pronunciation, you can use phonome. So 1 second. You can use SSML phonetics. 1 second. It is you know how it's like, let's go the other way. In a dictionary, if you look up a word, there's behind it, there's phonetics on how you speak it, right? There are these symbols, how language people say how to pronounce a word. You can actually do the reverse. You can give the same phonetics to the text-to-speech engine, and it will then pronounce the word how you wanted it to be pronounced. So you completely can change and therefore create any dialect you would like. It takes a lot of fine tuning. It's not something that is easy, but it can be done. And that way, you can change the rate of speech, you can change the pitch of the person, or of the, no, not the person. I always think of a person, but you can change the pitch and all these things to really create different almost dialects. I will paste another link in the chat where you can read up on it from Google and how they do it in their text-to-speech.
Oh, all right. Thank you for that. We'll check out the link and try out different TTS machines and engines and see how best we can, adjust and change the voices to our preferences and tastes. Thank you for that. Any other question, please? All right, there seems to be no any other question from the audience here. Again, thank you so much for joining us, taking off your time to talk to us. We don't take that lightly, so thank you and appreciations from the community.
No, thank you so much. Thank you for all your effort as a GDG. I know it's a hard work. You used to be a GDG too. So, well, I hope you all enjoy the rest of the day and listen to some amazing talks.
All right.
Bye.
Wow, there we are. 90% of you are on phones. I hope you picked out something very, very important about this session. It was highly technical, being from a GDE. Like I said, he's an expert in Google Assistant. So, and he's actually recognized also by Amazon as someone who is fostering voice development in Europe. So yeah, the session was highly technical. You might have missed a term here or there, an action here or there. But I believe some of these links that he has shared, I'm going to push them in our WhatsApp group and also maybe on some social media platforms. I hope we can go on and try out these things. It's very interesting for me because my next step of research is actually to build a text-to-speech engine for my local language. In Uganda, we only have one lady called Irene from Utamu, that is in Kampala. And it's from such engines that, gathering the data sets, the voices, the words, that Google has been able to add Uganda to Google Translate. So right now you can actually go to Google Translate, you put in a Luganda word, and it will tell you what it means in English, or you could put in an English word and you get to know what it is in Luganda. But how do they do that? It's because people like us here, people in technology, taking it on to research and evolve things under natural language processing. So you can evolve a text-to-speech machine for Yankole, Rutoro, Musuga, Luo, anything. It's all about knowing how these things work. And most of the resources about the TTS engines are these two links. How does Google do it? How does Mozilla do it? Mozilla has like the biggest data set of Luganda ever. It beats Google, it beats Facebook. They have been collecting Luganda voices for a very long time. So yeah, that's it about Google Assistant. That was our last speaker for today. I know we are all now feeling, tired, that pizza is settled in. So I understand. And it's also a weekend. It's a weekend. We have what? A trade show at Kacheka. I know some people are going to be there. One of them is Kato. So, yeah. But before that, me personally, I'm concluding. So, but before I conclude, I need to share this. It's quite important. Just a moment. Okay. Okay, so while we're having these events here, we had an online audience and we have a physical audience. How we get to have a bigger one the next day is based on publicity, based on our social media activities. So if you really want to follow up, for instance, some of you, this is your first time to come for GDG events. Some of you, this is the first time you're hearing about GDG Cloud Mbarara or GDG Mbarara. But we always try to post a few things, a few opportunities here and there, both learning and even scholarships on our social media platforms. So whether it is LinkedIn, Instagram, or Twitter, that's our handle. GDG Cloud Mbarara, whether it's on Twitter or what, that's the handle. Then today's event, this is the link for today's event. For the people that didn't sign up, you can sign in up on this link to help you to be part of our events platform. As GDGs and GDSCs, we have an event platform. So every time we plan to have an event, we put it there. So you receive emails, all the updates that you need about the upcoming event. Where is it going to be? Is it going to be virtual? Is it going to be physical? What are we going to talk about? Who are the speakers? All that. So you can sign up to that to the event. This is for today's event, but in doing so, it will enable you, get access to other events. Let me do this and show you. Just a moment. Okay, so if I stop sharing this and then I share this. Okay, so this is our platform. This is for GDG Cloud. I'm going to share in that of GDG Mbarara just a moment. So you see this is an upcoming event. Yes, this is the event that we are in today. It is still showing upcoming because it is still on. But once it reaches 4, it will be a past event. So GDG Cloud is a relatively new community in Mbarara. So we've had about 2 to 3 events partnering with Hive Collab. So most likely we'll always have our events here at Hive Collab or the Innovation Village in Mbarara. The organizers, yeah. Then for GDG Mbarara, just a moment. Okay. So all the GDGs that are around the world, all the events that are around the world, you can see here Google I/O Extended Kampala, You can see that of Entebbe, you can see the one in Kayunga, you can see the one in Luero, this one is in Jinja, Bujiri. So all these different communities are having IO extended, Tororo, this is Soroti, this is Mbale, Kagera, that is in Tanzania, so Kisumu, all these events are always happening, but for you to get to know about them, then you must keep up with this platform. These are the several GDGs we have. So this is GDG Mbarara. This is GDG Mbarara, the oldest GDG in the city. It's been here for quite a very, very, very long time. So yeah, they also show you that we had IO extended today. They've had quite a number of events. We attended Delfest last year, it was here. They've had several other events. So Ivan James is here, Pasco is here. So when you sign up to these platforms, you know, and you keep up with what we are doing in the tech community. When you follow us on social media, whatever we are posting tomorrow is yours. The learning materials that these guys have access to, you need learning materials about cloud, about IoT, about machine learning. We always have access to those contents. My community, which is really focused on cloud, yeah, we do cloud session. You want access to Google Cloud Platform. Those Google credits, we get them. You access the platform, and then it helps you to learn, right? So please, you sign up to these events and we all have these platforms, and we always share updates with you. All right, so really, if there is nothing, I think that is really it from me. So I'll give my colleagues here, Ivan Pasco, to say their words, and then maybe we'll see how to call it a day. But thank you for coming. It's been really, really festive. Thank you. Next time we are meeting, each one comes with a lady. This is really not a good picture for us as a community. Come with a lady, let them learn. And here's the thing. Doesn't matter whether they're doing education, business, education, or whatever. One thing I will promise you is the ladies that are under medicine faculty are actually doing very, very interesting innovations more than the ladies in tech. In IT and in computer science. The ladies in faculty of medicine here at mass and here they are doing very, very interesting things. So they need to be told that these platforms are there. Maybe they need to know the things because they watch YouTube or tutorials or they have things, but if they realize that there is dedicated platforms and communities for developers, they will be interested, right? There is a business unit who wants to develop an app to sell their machines, to sell their products, to order for pizza. Why should it stay busy? So please keep that in mind, all right?
Thank you very much, Lisa. For the beginning, let's see you guys. Yes, good afternoon once again. Thank you for turning up for this event. As I said, sincerely, we need ladies, and they also opportunities for ladies today, and they also opportunities for you guys today. But as far as you know, that opportunity cannot start in this way. So you sign up on our platform as I told you. There are resources like Bible, post your supposed to pay like $2,000, find this for free. You can learn at your own pace. Otherwise, maybe we should have basis would be around the program, lectures will come again. We also have something against which we run the platform. I'm going to take beside that we can discussions. Otherwise, thank you very much. God bless you. Have a blessed weekend. See you.
watching Ayit TV, empowering you. You're watching Ayit TV,